Good morning and welcome to a landmark day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as we celebrate our 10,000th game here at the Modus Super Series. 2 years ago, we opened these doors and a lot has changed since, not just in this building, but since we opened the doors, well, we've seen 4 different prime ministers, 6 different Chelsea managers, and I've put on a few pounds. But some things change and some things stay the same, and Chris Mason's been here since start 1 in the building. He was here with us yesterday as well. A Group A which took a little while to get going, but there were signs towards the end of the day of 1 or 2 players just hitting their form.
Yeah, I think we were pleasantly surprised in the end. I thought Kendrick, we looked at his numbers from South Africa and he probably put sort of 14, maybe 15 points on his seasonal numbers. I thought Jamie was another great surprise and a good find. Boris looks in good nick. And in the end, Darragh Pilgrim sort of found his feet, as did Simon, winning the last game of the session.
Let's talk about Jamie Owens. Very, very good debut day for him. We didn't quite know what to expect going into it, but once he won that first game 4-3, he really moved into a rhythm, didn't he?
Yeah, averaged over 86 for the day, which, you know, not to be sniffed at. Yeah, I know we're used to seeing those big numbers in the PDC, but on debut, and, you know, listen, there was moments like that. He would have been nervous. He'd have been a little bit edgy. So I expect something similar today, if not a little bit better.
Well, he is top of the table going into day 2. 4 wins from 5 for him. Darragh Pilgrim, Boris Koltsov and Jarno Bottenberg all on 6 points with Simon Tayson and Kendrick Cordon with just the solitary victory on the first day's play. Let's talk about Darragh Pilgrim because he lost his first couple of games but responded very, very well. Yeah,
I mean, he was edged out 4-3 in both of them and that can happen. Listen, there's a lot of expectation on his shoulders. He'd be the first to admit, you know, since going to Q School this year, things haven't quite worked out for him. He's not been at his best form. He averaged 91-ish for the day yesterday, which is around his seasonal numbers, really. So he's almost playing to type, but we expect a lot from him because of what he's produced here before. Well, the bookmakers still expect a lot of him because he is still the favourite to go on and win the group. He was 3-10 at the beginning of yesterday. He is now 4-7. Let's talk about Jarno Bottenberg because he won 3 games yesterday without playing at his best. If he finds a bit of form today, could he have a similar type Tuesday in terms of points? Yeah, I mean, I've had a look over that. He is pretty much, you know, we got a big sample yesterday, played a lot of legs, 5 matches. He's pretty much playing to his numbers. So, listen, winning the Dutch Open, a great achievement, of course, which he did this year, beating a fabulous player, one of the best players around at the moment without a card in Wesley Plaisier. But, yeah, I think we may see some movement in terms of table position, but I think the top 3 today, when we get to the end of the day, will look very similar, and I think the bottom 3 will be the same. Well, game 1 of the session sees Simon Tayson take on Boris Koltsov. Tayson got his only win of the day in this fixture yesterday. Took out a couple of big finishes as well. But for Boris, really feel like this was one that got away. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we'll leave him frustrated. But it was a great 116 and then a fabulous 160. And they were both at key moments in the match. And I don't know. Boris will probably just shrug it off. He's got that stoic type character. And he'll come in today and think, right, I'm gonna right the wrongs, and he gets an opportunity in our very first match to do that. Well, it's a historic day. You ready to get it going? I am. Can't wait. Well, today we will celebrate our 10,000th fixture. That's actually in Game 7 between Darragh Pilgrim and Jarno Bottenberg. In the couple of years that we've been in this building, we have seen some real historic moments. So before we get Game 1 underway, let's have a little bit of a trip down memory lane. Balanchevik wants treble 19 and now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-star finish.
Gonna get better than that too. A double 14. The Super Series champion. The leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old. Shot and the Modus Super Series Week 9 champion, Bo Greaves!
It's history for Bo Greaves! Double 12! Yes!
Shot
Get in there, Lee Cox. What a way to win a game.
Goodness gracious me!
Tony Nishman.
Back-to-back 9 tartars.
Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with a
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average here at the Modus Super Series of 122.69.
He's going to go ball. Oh my
Game
goodness.
shot and the match. Jericho.
Retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Nice to see you remember the time when I fell down a well when Luke Littler won his second title here at the Live Lounge. Well, Game 10,000 is our 7th match of the session between Jarno Bottenberg and Darryl Pilgrim, but 6 entertaining games before that. We kickstart with a match that finished off yesterday's action. Simon Tayson, the 30-year-old from Belgium, won this fixture 4-3 yesterday, courtesy of a couple of tub plus outs, the 160 and 116 helping him en route. Up against Boris Koltsov, the 35-year-old Viking, who's made it to the PDC World Championship on a couple of occasions. He got his campaign up and running with a 4-3 success against Darryl Pilgrim in the first game of the day. He came out to a real charging start and we thought possibly we could see the best of Boris, but defeats in his last couple of matches has meant that he is tied on 6 points with Darryl Pilgrim in the second and third spot in the group. Simon Tayson will get us underway for the morning. Chris Mason is alongside me. What are we expecting, particularly from Boris Koltsov today?
Well,
36.
he would hope. I mean, he was steady enough yesterday. He averaged 86 for the day, the same as Jamie. But they both did their sort of averages in slightly different styles, and one we sort
45.
of expected, and as I said, pleasantly surprised with the level of play of Jamie Owens, and he could well be the surprise package this week. He will only grow and get more and more confident as we go through the week.
108.
And you get the sense that Koltsov will be a player that will improve as the week goes along. Hasn't played too much in terms of competitive action in
41.
recent times.
Yeah, well, he'll get the bit between his teeth, won't he? Especially in this opening game, because he will be disappointed that the fact that
42.
Simon went throughout the day without a win to that point. He would have felt that, well, if everybody else is beating him,
59.
I should be beating him.
I know Jarno Bottenberg is level on points with Boris in 4th place, but it definitely felt like
40.
a group of two halves, did it, yesterday? Owens, Pilgrim and Koltsov being the main protagonists, and then Bottenberg, Tinson and Cordon being the players in behind.
Yeah, well, Jarno averaged
31.
82 for the day, just
158.
3 more than Simon and Kendrick.
58.
Yeah, he finds himself, as you rightly said, on 6 points. The other two find themselves on just 2.
117. Boris, you require 100.
But looking at those odds, the 3 to 10, I
80.
suppose
Simon, you
would
require
represent
48.
some kind of value to the real big punters. But 4 to 7 today, or before the off,
On the first leg, Simon
on
Tayson.
Darryl Pilgrim winning this group, I think represents massive value.
Second leg is Boris to
He's
throw
only
first. Game on.
2 points off the pace, and obviously has to play Jamie.
57.
Well, the thing is, you expect at this point of the group the quality to really come up to the boil, and the big question will be for
125.
Jamie, can he replicate that kind of form today? And it is always the question of a debutant, where we've seen a really good first day, but the question we'll ask is,
85.
can you replicate that?
Yeah, and again, we've seen it so many times before where the players then just push that little bit too hard.
100.
They're not trying to replicate what they did on day one. They're trying to improve on it, and that can sometimes be a dangerous game. And of course, then you've got to deal with the
100.
expectation. And if you're sort of a social media user, and you know you're taking all the praises, again that adds a little bit of pressure.
43.
Well, here we go, mate. We've already got one idiot in the chat room.
It doesn't take long, does it?
Jackson J, what am I watching?
89.
You're watching darts. It's not hard.
25.
It's a
Boris
game of
require
501 to
170.
0. The match must be completed using the outer ring, also known as a double, or the
57.
bullseye, which is double 25. I hope that helps.
Thanks for the refresher.
No doubt you'll be moaning about losing 50 pence on a game in about 10 minutes or so.
121. Boris, you require 113.
Well, he says to get himself level at one apiece. And he had a few darts, didn't he, that just drifted left, whether it was into the...
Yeah. We're still on a shot there, of course, but that's okay.
77.
Tied his things
Simon,
up.
you require 87.
But this is for a 2-0 lead. Double 18.
51.
But Tayson passes
Boris,
the
you
opportunity
require
by to go
36.
2 up.
Boris at the same double. He doesn't
Shot on
pass
his
it up.
Second leg. Boris Koltsov.
A level game. Not quite caught fire yet, this
Third
one.
leg. It's Simon
His
to
first
throw
game of the
first.
day.
Game on.
There will be a little bit of added tension to this one.
100.
Simon to more or less say, look, me beating you wasn't fortunate.
45.
Boris will feel, because he missed match opportunities, didn't he, yesterday?
Had some intel, Ari
42.
Simon, this morning. Sharing a house with Jarno Bottenberg. And in that particular Airbnb is one of our crew
140.
that's working this week. And said member of crew,
95.
who ironically his name's also called Simon, got rudely awoken this morning at around about 7 a.m. because the pair were listening to some Dutch rave music.
125.
Ooh, how pleasant.
$43.
Maybe it was like the stuff Dirk comes on to. That would be pretty horrific at any time of the day, never mind 7 a.m.
I mean, at least it'd wake you up, I
83.
suppose. There was no threat of him being late because of a line, was there? Well, Kotsov looking for
100. Boris, you require
108 here for the
108.
break and to move in front for the first time in this match.
We'll stay there. It's a nice guide. Double 14.
80. Simon, you require
Well,
121.
he had a 116 and a 160. He's not going to take 121 on this occasion.
85.
So Boris will be back.
You require 28.
The Mentzer's favourite double.
Game shot on a third
Get the
leg.
Mensa, we'll have to
Boris
call it the
Koltsov.
Koltsov, and from 1-0 down, Boris has moved in front 2-1.
Fourth
As we
leg,
do
it's
approach
Boris to throw first.
match number
Game
7
on.
a little later. As always, the chat will be interactive on the
25.
YouTube channel. We are now just 100 away from 50,000.
87.
So if you are watching and you're not subscribed, which I know at least 100 of you aren't, please subscribe for us. Get us to that milestone number as we approach the milestone
100.
number of our 10,000th match here at the Live Lounge, the Super Lounge. And why don't you share your favourite memories or moments here at this specific
60.
venue? We'd love to hear from you. And any ones that we haven't already thought about, we'll
81.
give you a name check and a shout out.
Yeah, plenty of memories in this building. Plenty of Modus memories in this building.
64.
Some of which aren't broadcastable, admittedly, but
95.
I think Dubby and Mark Dubbridge and all those 180s was something rather special here that would probably get
60.
overlooked because there are so many other great things have happened here.
I'll tell you what, in the next
78.
game, I'll get my stat sheet up with all the records in this building. And we'll go through the all-time record collection here at the
100. Simon, you
Super
require
Series.
100.
Tops. Does not go, and so Koltsov has got the
25.
opportunity here
Boris, you
to
require
move
92.
3-1 to the good if he could take out this 92. Goes bullseye first. And double 8 is the target that he's looking at. But the target he cannot
Simon,
find.
you require
Here's
75.
an opportunity. Oh dear. Maybe going double-double himself. 72 remaining. Yeah, went for double 16 tops. I certainly would have preferred
19. Boris, you
the
require
two double
16.
18s there. So if the first one goes in, you got a great chance to follow.
Game shot on a 4 flag.
As it
Boris
is.
Koltsov.
Koltsov gives himself a two-leg buffer and just one away
5th flag.
from
It's Simon to
reversing
go first. Game on.
this tie. That was our final match of yesterday's session.
60.
He lost 4-3 with an average of 89.79. But it was those two big key finishes, wasn't it?
85.
The 116 and the 160 from Simon. Literally was the difference.
60.
Favourite moments, Mace? What about a back-to-back no-look 180? Good morning, Brian.
135.
That was saucy.
The noodle.
60.
The spotter's nightmare.
So much so that after Brian played that week, the spotter very conveniently
85.
went on holiday.
PTSD.
Well, it hasn't been the best of Boris, but Koltsov won't care if he
100.
can get over the line, averaging underneath the 80 mark. It hasn't been a great first game of the day, if the truth was to be told. But for Koltsov, it's an opportunity to move himself on to 8 points, and if he can win it big, he'd go ahead of Jamie Owens temporarily by way of legs difference.
Seen a lot of them yesterday. A lot from this man.
121.
He had some serious
Boris
bouncers
require
that
119.
were coming back to his feet. He only had to bend over to pick them up. Wow, that's a wild dart for him. It shows you he's just not
81.
quite settled yet today.
Simon, you require 100.
To keep himself in the match. Well, Tops
80.
hasn't correlated for
Boris
Tayson in this
requires
contest,
38.
and this contest could be over. Koltsov will split. Koltsov will
Game
hit
shot on the
and will
match.
win the
Boris
first game
Koltsov.
of the day by getting the better of Simon Tayson by 4 legs to 1. It wasn't vintage for the Viking, but he gets over the line nonetheless. Average of 77.66, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. He can at least be pleased with that, and you'd be pleased with the points that he's picked up. Coming up next, Kendrick Cordom up against Darryl Pilgrim.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Oh,
on
Smith,
the
is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? Took me a long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He was nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
But if she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And
Shot
is.
on the mark.
It was a great
Andreas
dive.
Harrison. Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Live Lounge. Impulsive, hi there. We're just in the corner. Hi there. Anyway, game one's come and gone. Got a little bit excited there, mate. Before the break, Boris Koltsov got the better of Simon Taser by 4 legs to 1. He's moved to the top of the table temporarily, ahead of Jamie Owens' gaming and Giano Bottenberg in match 3, but sandwiched in the middle of that, Daryl Pilgrim takes on Kendrick Cordom. It's the player in third place in the table up against the player at the bottom of the table. For Kendrick, a debut day yesterday. There was good signs at points, particularly in the middle portion of the day. The question will be for the 18-year-old from Cape Town, can he keep up those levels on day 2 up against a man who is known for his consistency at the highest level? South Croydon's Daryl Pilgrim, Challenge Tour winner, 9-dart hero in this building, 3-timer weekly winner in this building. Mr. P is hoping to be Mr. Perfect once again under the roof of the Live Lounge. The scene, as you can see, very much set here in Portsmouth on this Tuesday morning, a historic day here at the Super
First
Series. So
leg,
perhaps
it's
it's
Kendrick to throw
appropriate.
first.
We've got a man who holds so many records in this building that is going to get us underway as far as match 2 is concerned, and hoping to have a perfect day on day 2.
135.
Yes, our average record holder will be part of that 10,000th match as he takes on Yarno. Daryl
137.
averaged 85 in a 4-0 win yesterday afternoon against Kendrick. But I was impressed. We analysed his numbers
79.
coming in, and we touched on it yesterday right at the top of the show. Some players come here and they're inspired and they find another level to their game. You can certainly put
100.
Kendrick and Jamie in that category.
$140.
But yeah, as we approach that 10,000th match, if anybody in the YouTube chat, or if you're watching via your betting app and you're a social media user at
54.
MSS
You require
Darts,
147.
let us know by Facebook or X. What's your favourite memories from the past 10,000 matches here at the
59.
Live Lounge? I was in the break thinking about one that I remember fondly, and I think Cam Crabtree's debut. 115.62 the average on
94.
debut.
Kendrick
This is a guy that
require
was
88.
averaging between 50 and 60 in lockdown when he was playing all the online darts.
Yeah, Can Crabtree, who moonlighted the man with the moonwalk, Mac Jackson, in that
48.
particular contest.
Now you require 116.
Ain't done anything since, though, has he? Well, the 116 isn't going to go for Daryl. He's probably watching this because his good pal Pilgrim's playing. He's playing in the Players' Championship tomorrow, of
84.
course, isn't he?
Kendrick, you require
This is top
40.
so for Gordon to take out leg 1.
A lot of opportunities for the Challenge Tour players over the next couple of days, as
Daryl, you
a lot of the
require
players who have been
32.
travelling back from Australia deciding to give it a miss.
Which you don't really blame them, let's be honest, after 2 weeks in Oz. But
Yeah, and best part
Game
of
shot on the
30
first
hours
leg,
travelling
Daryl
and
Pilgrim.
multiple flights and the stress and drama that go with that.
Second leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Although I doubt if they travelled cattle class.
yeah, in terms of players who you've
97.
seen here at the Super Series entering the fray in Players' Championship 18 and 19. The non-tour card holders that are playing in it are Danny Jansen, who we've only seen once here this year, which I'm a bit disappointed with.
Yeah, I expected to see him more here.
I know obviously he's got a lot going on. Obviously he's got family in the United States and he has to travel over, and he's got a lot going on outside of the sport. Christian Kisu hasn't appeared in 2024 at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, that's another surprise. Andy Bolton, of course, who we see plenty of. Connor Scott, who will be in action
45.
next week. Wesley Plaisier, John Henderson, Stephen Belmont, Richie Burnett. 9 dart hero of recent times, Lee Cox.
140.
Justin Hood, Jamie Atkins.
Kai Gottard, who we haven't seen here yet, and I would like to see here if we can get him here. And young Cameron will play the one event, PC18. He's actually making his commentary debut in a couple of weeks' time, is Cam.
96.
Actually been told on very good authority.
Well,
that
you asked.
I asked, and my wish is my command. That's what happens round here, Mace. I asked for Kai Gottard here. He's going to be here in the next series.
There's a nice little exclusive for you.
17. You know what'll happen, it'll be in the 1 week I'm not here.
79.
I'm sunning
You
myself
require
up somewhere.
161.
161 for Cordom to level up. It's not going to go, and so Pilgrim for a 2-love lead. Look at it, double 16.
45. Darryl, you require 32.
Been in full control of this contest so far.
Just let this double go in, or will it go in?
No score.
Ooh.
Kendrick, you require 116.
Well, this would be a bit of a steal, a bit of payback. Trouble 19 for tops. Doesn't get it. So
45.
Jacko
Darryl, you require
asks
32.
the following.
Game shot on a second leg.
Do I have any info on what is wrong with Michael right now? He's just had 1 month
Third
off.
leg. It's Kendrick to
There's
throw
2
first.
pro tours
Game
tomorrow and Thursday. And last night was celebrating with his wife and getting his new Lamborghini. Why is he not focused
38.
on darts? Well, he spent half of his life, if not more, focusing on darts. Maybe he feels that sometimes
68.
something else is more important, like family.
Yeah, but that's not what he asked. He asked, did you have any info?
No.
57.
And as far as I'm aware, he is playing in the Players' Championships, isn't he?
There's nothing to say that he's absent.
No, so I thought.
60.
But this is the list of tour card holders that are absent. Gary Anderson, Nathan Aspinall, Rob Cross, Luke Humphreys, Ronnie Hybrecht, Jack Clarber, Adrian Lewis, Luke Littler, Hupai Puha,
57.
Michael Smith, and Callum Ridds.
And a couple of others. Do we know who's in
40.
Group A next week? Well, we know 5 of them.
Well, there's definitely some that are confirmed, which we will not release to you
84.
until after play's done on Saturday, because we'd like to keep that element of surprise. There's probably 1 or 2 which you could probably guess straight away, including somebody who averaged 120.
59.
We have got the 5, and we have been told we can release it, but what we'll do is we're going to wait till the next game
95.
to do that, because
Well, again, this is a little sedate from Darryl. I suppose we've got to take into consideration that
170.
he has just completed, what did he do, 3 days of challenge tours? And there was it
85.
2 a day and
Darryl,
1 on the
require
last day?
134.
and effectively the 2 Challenge Tour days are longer than a normal Super Series dates, so you could effectively say he's played a full week already. What we usually say about a player's tiredness on Friday is probably what Darryl's feeling right now.
93.
Yes.
Kendrick, you require 85.
Yeah, even more it makes it even more important that he wins this Group A so he can have 2 down days just to go home, recharge the batteries, and come back Saturday night.
60. Darryl,
Okay.
you require 41.
This is for 3-zip. And 7 on the spin against Kendrick.
25.
Now, Pilgrim's on a bit of a
Kendrick, you require 25.
fun when it comes to legs, because since beating Jarno Botberg 4-3 in the third game of yesterday, he beat Tatum 4-0, won this game 4-0, and this could be the first leg that he's conceded in 3 matches. Cordon
Kendrick Cordon
gets the double 8, and he pulls Pilgrim back to 2-1.
Rez asks, what was your favourite
Full flag.
match
It's Darryl to
from
throw
the New
first.
Zealand Masters? Mine was the Luke game, the comeback by Humphries from
38.
6-2 behind to reel off 5 on the spin in some style.
I hate to agree with you, Mace,
45.
but
Good to see Peter Wright finding a bit of form and going deep. He has been threatening
100.
to have a little run in something.
it's interesting. Peter Wright
99.
is not in that list of players that have pulled out of the Players' Championship. He's actually playing tomorrow and Thursday, where not
Well,
just
I think when he's got a little bit of
45.
momentum to his game, I think it is worth playing. Like I said, that depending on what time he potentially got a
98.
flight home, like I say, I don't think they're sat bolt upright for 12 hours at a time.
lots of familiar
100.
faces. A couple of familiar voices will be a part of that stream in Milton Keynes over the next couple of days.
58.
Jacko is elaborating slightly. He means mentally. He's only one tournament in 2024 so far. What is the point of him playing the Pro Tours?
108.
Because he won't win it, so why enter? I'm
69. Darryl, you require
So-
38.
by your reckoning, then he shouldn't enter anything anymore. I don't think it's his mentality. I think it's purely down to the
22.
fact that
Kendrick, you require 132.
currently there's 7 or 8 different players as good as him currently, if not slightly better. But that's why certainly the
38.
last
Darryl, you
12
require
months with the
16.
exclusion of Luke Humphries, a lot of the
Game shot on
lower-
the four flag. Darryl Pilgrim.
ranked tournaments are being shared around.
Interestingly,
Fifth
first
leg,
time
it's
we've seen
Kendrick
just a
to
little
throw
bit of a
first.
crack from Kendrick.
Game on.
Frustration just creeping in. I think actually it's a compliment to him, the fact that we've not really mentioned the fact that he's only 18 years of age.
And
140.
from what I can gather, this is his first trip abroad, his first flight, his first time under the lights. You've got to take all that into consideration.
Not just learning a lot as a player, he's going to be learning a lot as a human being this week. It'll
140.
be a real educational tool for him in more ways than one, but maybe he's channeling that aggression and frustration in the right way, because back-to-back 140s in this leg. Pilgrim
59.
without a big treble after 6 starts, and so he has an opportunity to bring this match back to within a leg.
125.
He needs himself on a 2-darter after 9, and he is going to get space and time to put it back and force Mr. P to serve it out.
58. Kendrick, you require 96.
Went double-double, unable to find.
Yeah, it was
56.
I like that play because it was a safe attempt. So not necessarily a wasted dart.
But also, he's got so much space
38.
in this leg as well. He could
Kendrick, you
afford
require
to
40.
gamble to a certain extent. He's left tops after 12. And finds double 10 in 15 to bring it back to 3-2 and force Daryl Pilgrim to win the game on his throw.
6th leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Kept him honest. And how many times do we see of a young player that when that frustration creeps in, it can be to their detriment? He had his moment, let the frustration out, and has got back with the task.
And Jacko thinks that MBG should maybe
45.
take a break. Well, he's just taken a bit of a break, which you elaborated on. I think you're a little confused, Jacko. And if you want to do a little bit of research, which will give you more idea of what's going on in our sport, look at his seasonal numbers for the last 5 years.
140.
There actually isn't that much in it. The difference is he's been joined at that level by multiple players, including
82.
Humphreys, Littler.
Well, the strength and depth is there to see, to the point where we've had a player on this stage, and Daryl Pilgrim has averaged 122 on this stage. That was unthought of, unheard of a few years ago. But he isn't going to wrap this match up with the 1-4-2 finish. He actually spent a season with the best overall average on the Pro Tour because he played one match, Pilgrim, and average, I think it was in excess of a ton, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But this to wrap up the win, and it'd actually put him top of the table on legs difference. It'd see 3 players on 8 before Jamie Owens plays.
Jacko, can you give me 1 year where he won 40 tournaments?
18.
And like every year?
The one thing that's not up for debate is Pilgrim has been the dominant player in this match. But can Pilgrim pick the points up? Yes is the answer, as he pins double 10 for a 4-2 win, which temporarily puts him to the top of the pile. It wasn't vintage from the Flying Eagle, but he is off to a flying start. He gets the better of Kendrick Cordon by 4 legs to 2. That's how the game went statistically. Pilgrim missing 14 at a double, but it was not to any detriment for him. Next up, Jamie Owens, Jarno Bottenberg. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darryl Pilgrim got the better of Kendrick Gordon by 4 legs to 2. It puts him to the top of the table temporarily. 3 players tied on 8 points at the top of the table. But Jamie Owens can change that fact. If he gets the better of Jarno Bottenberg in the final game of the first round of fixtures on this Tuesday morning, he'll have the outright lead on 10. 2 clear of the rest of the chasing pack behind him. He takes on the reigning Dutch Open champion Jarno Bottenberg in his first assignment of the day. The Teesside match play champion, the semi-professional footballer, 35-year-old from Stockton-on-Tees, who played in the FA Vase final at Wembley back in 2018. He's got his supporters watching on the chat up against Jarno Bottenberg, the 22-year-old from the Netherlands, winning the Open of his homeland, the biggest title of his career, one of the biggest titles you can pick up outside the PDC system. He'll make a return to the Lakeside later on this year,
It's Jamie to throw
and he'll
first.
be hoping to
Game on.
go deep in that particular competition. But for Jamie Owens, it was a fantastic debut day yesterday. 86.42 was his daily running average for Monday, and he kicks off day 2 with a max.
What a way to start day 2. Well, any concerns that he's going to feel the
140.
pressure of yesterday dismissed instantly. Right, one more on the chat while I'm at it. Jacko believes that ever
58.
since Michael joined Winmore that they completely have ruined his career. Well, this very first tournament with Winmore, using a Winmore dart,
134.
he won the UK Open with a tournament average of 105. Just saying.
99.
But no, Cullerton, friend of the Super Series, says you're never really going to have dominance like you did years ago.
57.
As the stand
Jamie
of the darts now
Rickwire,
is unreal,
164.
and there's so many players showing that, and that's absolutely the case.
Bullseye.
Wow.
117.
Would have been
Jarno
a beautiful
Rickwire,
start, but
170.
Bottenberg is looking to net the fish. Could be a fish cake for Bottenberg. Bullseye.
What a leg of darts this has been.
127. Jamie Rickwire,
But the
47.
bullseye strays way, way wide. Tops for Owens, and yesterday he did absolutely everything in his power to leave this target,
It's on the
and that
first
was
leg,
why a
Jamie
14 darter to start. Owens is one up. Sign of acknowledgement from
Second
his
leg.
opponent
It's Jarno to
Jarno.
throw first.
Unlike last
Game on.
week, the fist bump actually being acknowledged.
140.
I take it you watched the feistiest match ever? Question mark, explanation mark, question mark, explanation mark, 2 fire emojis.
Yeah, I read the drivel.
95.
I was waiting for something to happen. I watched it, and I'm like, right, what bit have I missed?
57.
You obviously skipped past the good bit.
Not skipping past any of this. This
120.
old hat stand.
$96.
Well, the first couple of games were, in terms of quality, just a little bit off the
42.
pace, but this one has really come up to the boil.
Yeah, 99 average for Jamie. 107 for Jarno currently. So it shows you
74.
how quick these two have got out of the blocks.
$58. Jarno, you require 134.
To level up, Mr. Dart at the ball for the big fish in the last leg. Not going to get a dart to win leg 2 at this visit, but it's
98.
going to come back for double 18.
Jacko's like a dog with a bone. He's saying Anderson is busy. He's basically saying Anderson and
123. Jarno, you require
Wright
36.
should be doing more. Well, Anderson statistically in the
Second
last
leg, Jarno
12 months, I
Bottenberg.
think, has produced his best ever numbers statistically.
He had his highest ever
Third
average, didn't he?
leg,
Not
it's
Yeah,
long
Jamie
ago.
to
not
throw
long ago,
first. Game on.
Oh well. What was it my dad used to say? You can't educate pork.
140.
This is outstanding from both. Loving this.
$60.
For Bottenberg, day one didn't quite go to plan, but hasn't played a lot. And maybe as a consequence, we might see the best of him on day 2. The early signs are turning out to be the case.
Yeah, absolutely, because Jarno yesterday was absolutely ordinary.
97.
Having a little bit of a chat with Brian Roman last night.
100.
Getting some intel on both Jarno and Simon, who he knows very well. And for Jarno, this week's just kind of about getting back on the horse again, just
140.
rekindling the
Jarno, you require
fire after a
121.
spell out. The 1-2-1 will put him in front. The bullseye will put him in front, and he
Into
finds
the
it
third leg,
beautifully.
Jarno Bottenberg.
Well, he's taken his average up to 109 and a
Fourth
half.
leg, it's
This
Jarno to
is
throw first.
special.
Game on.
And our resident referee, Jack Garwood, I was having a chat with him yesterday, and I
43.
was sort of looking over the story of Bottenberg's career so far, and Jack rates him seriously highly.
95.
He thinks he's a special, special talent.
93.
Yeah, Pa. Referee Mr. Garwood,
134.
jack of all trades.
$100. $82.
Owens threatening the breakback that Bottenberg attained in the previous leg.
95.
That finish there leaves Bottenberg back on the fish. He's already missed the bullseye for it in the first leg of this contest.
And he will be forced into
60.
to go in
Jarno,
for
you
it as
require
well,
170.
as he was earlier on. Ooh, just right at the target.
Well, Bottenberg couldn't find the big
83.
fish.
Jamie
Can Owens
require
put the little
130.
fish in a cardboard box? Awkward, but has to stay there. Treble leaves the bull. It was a great dart, just pitched underneath the treble bed, though.
90.
He
Jarno,
is
you
himself on
require
tops if
87.
Bottenberg cannot take out this 87.
Yeah, 51.36, and we know he loves the double 18. Bull. He's loving the ball right now.
Jarno fourth leg. Jarno Bottenberg.
And Bottenberg is 3-1 up. He backs the breakup of leg 3 of a holding leg
Fifth
4.
leg. It's
Both
Jamie to throw first.
found on the bullseye. And it's looking hot and hard work for Jamie Owens on the stage. He's actually putting in some of his best numbers of the week so far, but Bottenberg has found
83.
something the like of which we've seen nowhere near in this Group A so far. Averaging in excess of a ton, 3 out of 4 on the doubles, and showing the type of form which
81.
saw him pick up that Dutch Open crown back in January. And it wasn't as if he had an easy final at all. He had to
123.
beat Wesley Plaisir to lift that title, who is arguably the best player without a tour card right now.
96.
Insert argument because it's August. I think
97.
the biggest shame is we're not actually going to see Plaisir at Champions Week. That's nothing against Adam Paxton, who we're looking forward to watching next week, but a Champions
60.
Week with Scott Plaisir in, that would have been very special. Would have been some final.
94.
Both players now, as we come to the end of
100.
leg
Jamie
5.
require 104.
Both averaging over 98. This has been a spectacle.
48.
What a way to win it.
Jarno, you require
Another bull finish.
164.
Unable to find. And so Owens is going to get a couple of
43.
darts at his trusty
Jamie
tops to
require
keep
56.
this contest going. And you're being watched because Bottom Bird's already taken out the 1-2-1 in this
Shot
match,
on
but he's
the
not
fifth
going to get
leg,
another go at
Jamie
it
Owens.
because Owens brings it back to 3-2 and forces Bottom Bird to get the job done himself.
Sixth leg, it's Yano to throw first. Game on. $140.
Looks a completely different player this morning, does Jana Bottenberg.
140. $180.
Average moves back above the ton mark. He's 6 darts away from pulling off the best victory of any player so
140.
far this week.
$58.
It may well be as easy as 1, 2, 3. It's not as if Jamie's
57.
form line has
Yana, you
dipped.
require
Sometimes you just have to shake the hand of the
123.
opponent.
Well, he's up around the best numbers he produced yesterday in a single match, and it's just not enough.
76.
Because-
Jamie require 164.
His opponent is on fire.
May have to take it out. But he's not going to hit Bottenberg where it's hurt him on the bull. And so Jarno back for the match.
124. Yana, you
11
require
double 18.
47.
I'd say so.
No, 7 tops.
Should have gone
7.
11 double
Jamie
18.
require 40.
Well, Jamie Owens has 3-1 down and he looked completely out of this contest. If he pins his tops, then we go all the way. Lovely guide. Couldn't nestle it underneath. And so double 10. Open bed to Raymat.
Great shot on the
And he
sixth leg.
finds. And we
Jamie
go
Owens.
all the way. And I suppose when you look at the score lines of the first couple of matches, we were following in that
7
pattern. It was a
from final
4-1 win in
leg.
game
It's
1. A
Jamie to
4-2
go
win
first.
in game 2.
Game
But
on.
who's going to win this one 4-3?
$70.
Owens with the throw, but he's unable to make a tangible advantage of his first visit to the board.
$60.
Not punished. Oh, that's awkward for him. Somehow manoeuvres around what looked like a absolute
99.
blocker.
$100.
Pretty much at an even kilter in this last leg. Who's going to make their move? It looks like it might well be Jamie.
140.
Ton 40 forces Bottenberg into something big. But something big is unable to muster. And so
58.
from 3-1 behind, Jamie Owens says 6 starts from 192 to cross the finishing line.
$58.
He's himself on 134. He's stuck with
100.
Yano when he was
Jamie
having his
require
purple patch and may well
134.
get his just awards now. Put him to the top of the group, 2 points clear on 10.
39.
Ooh, now that opens the door for Yarno. Beautiful. Leads double 6.
171. Jamie require 95.
And now this finish takes a completely different complexion, and that's why he went for the bullseye first. And look how he's gearing himself up ahead of this start at tops. He needs it now more than ever, but he
55.
cannot find.
Yana, you require 12.
Well, Bottenberg has been brilliant in this contest. Can he finish it off? Trapdoor. And he may
No
well be
score.
left trapped.
Jamie, you require 40.
He's already missed the match start of this target. He limbers himself up. Bottenberg cannot look. Double 10. One left. Can he clip it off the barrel? No.
20.
No is the answer.
Yano, you require 12.
And so Bottenberg comes back. Both players have missed numerous match starts to win this contest. But it's
Shot.
Bottenberg
And the
that'll
match.
get the job
Yano
done.
Bottenberg.
It was a superb performance right up until the finishing line. Jamie Owens brought it back from 3-1 to a last leg decider before he missed match starts. It was Bottenberg that got the better of him in the end by 4 legs to 3, and it means that the top 4 players in this league table are all tied on 8 points. There's a 6-point gap from 4th to 5th, so table separations very much come into play. Coming up after the break, it's Boris Koltsov up against... No, so it's Dale Pilgrim against Simon Tayson.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have a four-way tie at the top of this Group A, where Daryl Pilgrim, Boris Koltsov, Jamie Owens and Jarno Bottenberg cannot be separated on 8 points. There's now a 6-point gap between 4th and 5th, with Simon Tayson and Kendrick Cordom at the early stages of this group separated from the rest of the pack. And Game 4 of our session sees Simon Tayson take on Daryl Pilgrim. Daryl, who crossed the finishing line 4-2 against Kendrick Cordom, up against Tayson, who never really hit the heights in his 4-1 defeat to Boris Koltsov. But Simon does have a big win to his name this week, beating Boris in the final game of yesterday, and he's going to have to channel the performance that he provided in that particular match if he is to get the better of Mr. P, who we expect improvements upon in Game 2.
Well, that last match was the perfect scenario for Pilgrim, of course, because it prevented a player
First leg. It's Daryl to throw first.
going in front of him.
Come on.
A win here in this one. And he is in P1.
Well, you look at the way that the day develops for Darrell, and he'll feel like this middle section is pivotal in terms of trying to really push himself forward. He plays Taylor in this one, so good opportunity for him to get some points on the board. And then towards the end of the day, the three players he plays are going to be his three big rivals at the top of the group. He plays Bottenberg in that 10,000th game in match 7. Then he takes on Jamie Owens in game 11, and he'll finish the programme against Boris Koltsov a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, that Jamie Owens game could be pivotal.
119.
Well, if it was a slow start in game 1, Pilgrims come out the tracks flying in match 2.
60. Darrell, you require 124.
Doesn't have to chase the bullseye because he's got the luxury of time. And that's why he headed down to 16s
92.
with 64 left. And will leave himself on double 16 after 12. The double in which he sealed that record-breaking win on that 122.69 against Denny Older-Coulter this time last year. Awkward.
No score.
It was a well-thrown dart, but because he had a missile in the way, it clips wide.
23. Darrell, you require 32.
Still got 6 more. Missed 14 darts at a double in his first match. It took him 5 darts to cross the finishing line in leg 1, but he was oh so comfortable in it, was Mr. P.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
And Tayson beginning down on 19s
58.
to begin leg 2. What does that say in your mind, Mace?
Yeah, sometimes you can just use it as a bit of a reset.
100.
Well, Pilgrim has a number of records. We did say that because it is our 10,000th game day that we would go through some of our records in this building. Pilgrim has the record average, 122.69 in a 4-0 win
83.
against Denny Older-Coulter. That came after he lost a game with 118.88 average. A 4-2 loss to Scott Taylor that in August 2023. The record average for a final is 117.88. That was hit by shot cover Luke Littler in a 4-0 win against Andy Bartons. That was the last game we ever saw of Bartons on this stage. The record Champions Week final average, 98.35, again by Luke Littler in a 4-1 win against Jacob Taylor. That was in Series 3 back in May 2023. We both did that game, didn't we, Mason? The record weekly winning average, 96.1, which is held by that man in your picture there, Darrell Pilgrim, in Series 5, Week 2. Perhaps not a surprise, because that was the week he hit the 122 and the 118 in. But is he going to hit the 158? Now one of them would left double 19.
Yeah, we mentioned when we were talking about certainly my favourite memories at this venue. Double 12. Oh, what a finish. This is really heating up here today. Most 180s in a game combined, 9. Gilliland against Luke Littler. And the most individual 180s in the game, and it was remarkable, it was the week I played. It was Mark Dubridge against Wes Newton. Mark Dubridge in 7 in 1 game.
In terms of the top averages in this competition, we mentioned the Pilgrim 122.69. Connor Scott's got the second highest when he averaged 120.24 in a 4-0 win against Stephen Jameson. The Pilgrim 118 we've mentioned. Luke Littler, the 117. Andreas Harris has also averaged 117.88 in a 4-0 win against Michael Burgoyne in March this year. A couple of 115.62s. Conor Heenahan against Johnny Haynes. Cameron Crabtree against Matt Jackson. Conan Whitehead. Bo Greaves, that 114.56 against Kevin
That was
Pater.
remarkable, wasn't it?
How's your luck, Kev? And then a number of 113s, a 113.77 for Luke Little against Reece Robinson. In fact, Reece Robinson features a lot of times in terms of players hitting 113 averages against him. Pilgrim, looking for the ball, looking for the fish, but he can't quite net it.
44. Darryl, you require 25.
2-8. 2-1.
On the third leg, Darryl Pilgrim.
Yeah, beautiful leg from Darryl.
Would you like some more stats?
Yes, we love a stat. It's a numbers game, darts.
57.
To quote Modus Memories, Colin Hammond, of course, is the commentator who loves our stats the most.
93.
Well, let's go into some tournament records. First of all, most weekly wins. So this is qualification weekly wins. Steve West broke the record last week with 5. Neil Duff has 4.
59.
Pilgrim, one of 3 players on 3, alongside Andreas Harrison and fans' favourite Matt Clark.
It's remarkable when you look at the weekly wins. Remember how long it took Neil Duff to get over the line. Winning breeds winning.
Well, he's qualified for
85.
the last 3 Champions Weeks.
And he's the defending champion in Double Trouble Week.
Well, in fact, Neil Duff's got the record for most consecutive weekly wins. Most appearances,
162.
12. Robert Thornton and Lee Cox. Number of players have got 10, including Martin Adams, Neil Duff, Paul
60.
Hogan, Colin
you
Osborne,
require
and
146.
some lad called Jared. Whatever happened of Jared Colmace?
59. 60. Darryl, you require 87.
Pilgrim looking for the break-in to really stretch his lead in this contest, really flex his muscles in this match.
Yeah, didn't need to go 20 ball with
55.
Simon back on 180.
Well, this really has been a game where one player has
100.
excelled and one
Required
player has really
52.
struggled. Pilgrim averaging in excess of 95, which is kind of where we expect him to be. That's how high we set the standards of this guy. 88.
Yeah,
16.
currently some
Simon, you
20-point
require 80.
improvement on what he produced in his opening match today.
Tops. But he's got a couple of drawbridges in the way.
40.
And that's why that
Darryl, you
dart went that
require
high.
16.
Because he had nothing to aim at, so he had to try and float it over the top.
No score.
Well, all 3
Simon,
down the
you
wire, and he's
require
giving it a
40.
second look.
Couldn't have got closer with 3 darts without it going in. And Tayson's been completely outplayed in this
Shot on the
contest.
fourth leg,
But credit
Simon
has to go
Tayson.
where credit's due because he's levelled it up at 2-2. There's a 20-point gap.
Fifth leg.
in the
It's Darryl
averages.
to throw first. Game on.
Remarkable.
Scores for show, doubles for Domace.
77.
It's also the timing, isn't it?
It's 11 darts at a double in this contest as Darryl.
180.
And this game could be sliding away from him very quickly.
$99.
Pilgrim's in a bit of peril.
$60.
And Tayson looking to be a bit more like Tyson and land the knockout blow against Darryl.
$58.
Going back to some more records, mates. Most finals night appearances. Robert Thornton's got 10. Youngest weekly winner, Luke Little at the
100.
age of 16. Johnny Haynes is the oldest weekly winner at 59. 13 9-dart finishes. Conor Heenahan a couple of times. Steve West a couple of times. Pilgrim against
59.
Taylor. Fallon
Simon, you
Sherrick,
require
of course, the first ever
161.
female player to hit one. The anniversary of that's coming up soon. Sebastian Białecki, Leonard Gates,
45.
Andreas Harrison, Jared Cole, Lee Cox, Tommy Lishman, and of course, a couple of weeks ago, Marvin van Velzen.
100. Simon, you require 116.
Can he find a way through? No. So Darryl,
60. Darryl, you require
I
108.
almost feel that this has to go. Because it's a potential breaker throw for Simon, and he will have the darts in the next leg to win it 4-2.
56. Simon, you require 56.
Well, Simon has stuck with the task. It could have been so easy for him to have just caved in as Pilgrim was running away with his contest. But it's a game that he
Shot of
needs
fifth leg,
3-2 of a
Simon
break.
Tyson.
And now has the darts to deny Darryl.
Sixth leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
How key will those plethora of darts at double eight to move 3-1 in front be in the end game for Darryl? So already got a win against
28.
Boris Koltsov to his name this week. He could add Darryl Pilgrim to his list of victims here at the Live Lounge.
140. $83.
So another record there for Darryl Pilgrim. Most
60.
consecutive matches won. $17.
95.
The only player to have had an undefeated week is Bo Greaves, who did so in Series 7,
57.
Week 9, back in April. She won 12 matches to
47.
complete that feat. And it really was jumping in here that night. It really was a sellout. They were basically hanging off the top of the balcony, the supporters. It was that rammed in here.
140.
I think the best atmosphere was when we did the Luke Littler week. That was just...
We couldn't hear each other.
100.
Well, it was
Now
the
you
first
require
one, wasn't it?
104.
His first Champions Week win.
Goes 16 to the 104. He's already hit it this way this week. So he's not going to find it here. And so Tayson looking at 148 to win this game in some
44.
style.
Simon, you require 148.
He looked down and out in this contest, but he's not going to win it here. And Pilgrim favourite to
80.
take us to a last
Darryl,
leg
you
decider.
require 60. Game shot
And
on
we will
sixth
go all the
leg,
way
Darryl
to a last
Pilgrim.
leg decider. 3 apiece. Yeah, do you remember that night when
Seventh
we were
and
doing a
final leg,
link on
it's
the
Darryl
balcony
to
and that
throw
fella
first.
walked past
Game on.
in front of the camera? Well, it's lights, camera, action for Darryl Pilgrim as he kicks off the last leg in perfect style.
100.
Oh, hang on. Hang on.
99. $140.
But Tayson's throwing as hypersonic a missile back at Pilgrim as what he's been throwing at the Belder in this leg.
Incredibly keeping this
58.
competitive despite only averaging 75. Funny old game.
66.
Now, Pilgrim
Darryl, you
should know
require
because he lost with an average of
164.
118 here before. Averages mean nothing if you don't pick the points up. And he's got 6 here for 164 to do exactly that and to become the first player to
44.
move on to double digits in this group. But hasn't tidied up that 164 as much as he would have liked.
57. Darryl, you require 120.
Looking to climb the ladder. Treble. Single.
100.
For the double
Simon, you
Sinks
require
low.
138.
And Pilgrim could feel that sinking feeling if Tayson can fire the 138, but for all of his efforts, it looks like it may well be in vain.
29.
Because Mr.
Darryl,
P
you
will come
require
back for double
20.
10. To move on to 10 points in the table. 10 points is what he wants.
Game shot.
And 10 points is what he
Darryl
gets.
Pilgrim.
As Darryl Pilgrim moves to the summit of the table, he gets the better of Simon Tayson in a last leg decider 4-3. It was hard work in the air, perhaps harder work than what it should have been for Mr. P, but it is a W nonetheless. Once again, missing 14 darts at a double in a contest, but getting over the line. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Boris Koltsov up against Jano Bottenberg. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darryl Pilgrim got the better of Simon Tayson in a last leg decider 4-3. Our fifth match of the session sees Boris Koltsov and Jano Bottenberg go toe-to-toe. Koltsov, who beat Simon Tayson by 4-1. Jano Bottenberg put in the performance of the day to beat Jamie Owens in a last leg decider, averaging 92.61. Took out the 1-2-1. One of a couple of bullseye finishes which he found in that particular
First leg,
contest.
it's Boris to throw first.
Well,
Game on.
Bottenberg looked on point, but what are we going to see from Boris in this one?
135.
Don't forget, our 10,000th match is only 3 games away.
41.
That's 10,000 matches here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
42.
If you've got any favourite memories, we're going to take you down memory lane
100.
throughout today's session. Let us know in the chat. Also, if we've got a moderator in chat, I think Jacko could do with just maybe
140.
having a little bit of a timeout. I'm bored with the drivel.
60.
Maybe just put him on the naughty step for an hour or so. Thank you. Now, can Yarno replicate that
140.
fabulous
Forest require
performance
154.
against Jamie Owens in match number 3, which was, without question, match of the week so far,
64.
Henry?
Yano, you require
Yeah, most definitely.
160.
Both players coming to the party in that particular contest, but Bottenberg isn't going to find a party piece with a 160 to kickstart. So Koltsov may just be a dart at the bull, and looks like he's going to have to take it out because Bottenberg has left double 10 for the break. Leaves the ball, doesn't find the ball. I know that you had your criticisms of that route yesterday. Any criticisms on the double 5? No, as he finds it into the top right-hand corner and Bottenberg breaks one up.
Second leg.
Different
It's
player
Yano
today
to
is the
throw
Dutchman,
first.
and
Game on.
different player today, Koltsov, and not for the right reasons.
96. $140. $96.
Bottenberg really does have his tail up at the moment. I think he needed a
140.
performance like that in the last game just to give him a bit of confidence and belief that he can
129.
play at a level that he knows is in the locker. But sometimes you can do it in practice, and you just want to get up there under the lights on a stage and produce, and he did that in the last game.
One thing Yana must also be thinking is, I'm also bringing the best out of my opponents by playing this way. He's left tops after 12, but Koltsov may not let him have a go at it, because he's going to get a dart at the bull. Well, he's had a dart at that target to win both leg 1 and leg 2. And he's going to come back for 2 more because Bottenberg made a bit of a mess of that. 2 4s. We're all square. 1-1.
Boris Koltsov.
Well, here's a new low for me. Charlie says, you guys haven't helped Kendrick with the order of
Third
play.
leg. It's Boris to throw first. Game on.
Not quite sure how that... I've never heard that in my life. And especially at the Super
25.
Series, where you play 5 matches across the day in the opposite order of how you start day 1.
97.
More drivel.
Well, the games are put in a computer. Similar way to how the football fixtures are put out via a computer. So all the players get put in order, and then the games are put in that way. There is a more specific order for groups C and B. So the player who finishes bottom of Group A will have to play first and last on Thursday and Friday respectively. That's their punishment.
100.
Whilst the player in fourth gets the shortest day. They'll play their first fixture last and play their last fixture first.
98.
But Group A is quite literally the players are put in a computer and the fixtures come out randomly as a consequence. It's the
140.
Super Lounge supercomputer that sorts it out.
60. Boris, you require 56.
To go in front, on throw, opts for double 18, and that's
On
why.
the third leg, Boris Koltsov.
Well, Boris has really upped the levels. A 14 darter to move 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's Yano to throw first. Game on.
Well, speaking about players putting points in their average, Koltsov averaged 77 against Simon. He's, even though 3 legs in, averaging 94 and change. Just goes to show that
121.
no 2 performances are the same here at the Super Series.
Just took a
135.
little deflection.
$85. 56. 140.
Excellent
Yano,
visit.
You require 170.
Excellent game so far.
40. Boris, you require 155.
Trouble 19. We left the dart, but again, it's another wide dart.
123.
The recovery dart
Yano,
was
you
tidy.
require 130.
Forces Bottenberg to take.
Well, he found the ball a couple of times in his
100.
last
Boris,
match.
you require
Doesn't get a
32.
dart at the ball, so it is Boris for the break. Ooh.
Game shot
What
on
a
the full
dart that
flag.
is.
Boris
Move left,
Koltsov.
dinked it over the top of the blocker.
Koltsov 3-1 up. Has
Fifth
the darts
flag
for
is
the
Boris
match,
to throw
averaging just
first.
under 96.
Game on.
Bottenberg wondering, where has hit gone wrong?
Well, it's
85.
more about what his opponent is doing than not what he's doing. He averaged
100.
92.61 last time out. He's averaging approaching 91 in this one.
134.
Fair to say, the games involving Jarno Bottenberg have been
100.
the best games so far today.
Charlie says, sorry for offending you, Chris. And I don't get offended. I'm just at a loss why you think we would do anything to hinder a player.
180. Boris, you require 102.
Back-to-back 180s between the players. Koltsov is not going to win this game for
94.
102.
Jarno, you
Bottenberg's already had a
require
1-2-1 today. He's going to need to find another.
Oh, needed a treble.
57. Boris, you require 8.
2 4s for Koltsov for a 4-1 win.
Game
And
shot.
it means
And
that
the
he's
match,
also
Boris
going to move on to
Koltsov.
10 points in the group and denies Jarno Bottenberg the opportunity to do likewise. A really good performance. The performance of the week so far. An average of 99.2, 4 from 9 on his doubles. Boris beats Bottenberg by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Kendrick Cordom in action up against Jamie Owens.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, glistening on what is a historic day for the Modus Super Series. This is game 9,999 in this venue, and the loser of this one may need to call 999 because their respective hopes are being grave danger as Jamie Owens takes on Kendrick Cordom. Well, Jamie averaged 91.38 but lost 4-3 to Jarno Bottenberg in his first game of the day, was for Kendrick when he had his moments against Daryl Pilgrim, but lost out 4-2. Who is going to get their first win of the day, Mace?
Yes, and on what we've seen thus far,
40.
you would think Jamie would maybe just have a little bit too much for Kendrick.
95. 97. 60. 24.
Fair to say this one hasn't caught fire yet.
137.
Could that be the trigger point?
Well, Jamie will feel like this is a contest that
83.
if he plays anywhere near his best, he should be able to deal with Kent, just on the basis of what we've seen from the
60.
South African so far. Well, that's as good a 6 as you'll get without anything hitting the triple, and his facial expression as he went to the board is how none of those darts went below the wire.
Well, you
58.
would think that
Jamie
one would
Maguire,
have bumped in
149.
because the first one was plumb. Double 16.
117.
Doesn't go, but he has got space and time to get the break here in leg 1.
99. Jamie
2
Maguire,
16s.
32.
Thought you were going all Patrick Moore on us then.
Two 8s, but the flight of dart 2 obscures the target.
16.
Would have been a great
Kendrick
find if he was
Maguire,
able to
100.
float it over the top.
Well, he produced our first ton plus finish yesterday, and it was exactly a ton. And he's done it again. Wow, and a bit of emotion and a reaction from young Kendrick.
Jamie Owens,
Second leg,
well, look at
Jamie
his
to throw
face. He is
first.
absolutely
Game on.
incensed. Missed 4 darts to win leg 1, and how costly could that prove to be?
96.
Well, Jamie playing at the Super Series is also a part-time
60.
footballer who's out with an injury at this present moment in time, and his current side, Billingham Town, are playing tonight away at Washington.
100.
Goodness me, that's a long away trip, isn't it?
They got a big private jet.
58.
I've got some experiences of Washington, both UK and US.
58.
Once got pranked in a curry house in Washington.
Did you end up with a vindaloo when you were requesting a
44.
korma?
Yes,
Nice work. Did you eat it?
I did, and the next morning it was not pleasant when I had to work in Gateshead.
123.
-2, the temperature that day.
100. Jamie Maguire, 124.
But the action we're hoping is going to be red hot here at the Live Lounge. Owens, just like the previous leg, has got time and space to get the job done,
88.
and has decided to leave double 18 as opposed to his favoured tops.
95. Jamie Maguire, 36.
Change of plan? Does it lead to a change of fortunes?
Is an interesting
second
question
leg.
from
Jamie
Brian.
Owen.
What is the atmosphere like there inside the studio with no audience?
Third leg, it's Kendrick to throw first. Game on.
I think it's just something we've become accustomed to. You just get
29.
engrossed in the action.
Definitely adds something to the
81.
Saturdays when players qualify. That's the surroundings.
Before we used to be in a separate room, and they built a purpose-built
95.
studio, which is at the back of the room, which overlooks the stage, and then right next to that is our commentary box. So the beauty now is that we can look
60.
down on the players, and you can sort of take a look at the body language and relay that to the audience, and you just feel more involved. That's the biggest
28.
change. I mean, we've done loads of work before. You do it what they call off tube, and you can. I've commentated on matches and been thousands of miles away. It's
60.
it's quite strange, but it's something you just get used to.
Yeah, it's something about being in an arena for a sport event. Obviously, I commentate on another sport where a
58.
lot of my commentaries are based hundreds of miles away from the ground that I'm at. And
Yes, because you do a lot for that. What company you work for?
97.
Flash score, I'm not sure I'm
That's
meant
it.
to promote other companies, but there we go.
Oh, they don't do commentary on darts, do they?
No, no.
58. Zoom 123.
Owens threatening the break. He went 1-0 down after missing 4 darts in the first leg, and now looking to move 2-1 to the good.
51. Jamie, you require 80.
Tops.
40.
I'm saying there's a Washington in the UK now. Well, I would hasten to think that the Washington in the UK is probably a little bit older than the Washington in America.
66. Jamie, you require
History
40.
lessons. Is this leg going to be history? Yes, it is,
John of
because
third
Owen
leg,
says we
Jamie
kindled
Owen.
that love for tops. He gets the break and moves 2-1 up.
I think
Fourth
most
flag,
of the
it's Jamie to
places
throw
in America,
first.
especially when you think
Game
of
on.
New England, were named obviously after English counties, etc.
Well, there's a Portsmouth in the
140.
United States.
Under Birmingham.
There's actually a layer of streets in
82.
Texas that basically sound like a load of League One and League Two clubs, because you've got an Orient Street, a Redbridge Way, and
99.
a Harrogate Road, I think, or something like that.
New Hampshire,
50.
Of course.
considering where we are. New York.
43.
The most notable example, of course.
We're off to York in a few weeks.
Well, you are.
Yeah.
I'm here.
141.
World Seniors Match Play. Tickets available via the Barbican website, 4th and 5th of October. There's a special deal
99.
for the Friday night. £20 a ticket.
$140.
It'd be worth the
Jamie
20
require
quid just to go in
120.
to the Barbican and have a mooch about. Never mind the opportunity to watch all the action.
Yeah,
Tops
John of
and
fourth
Owens
leg,
with that
Jamie Owen.
120 moves 3-1 to the good. He's one away from victory in this
Fifth flag,
contest.
it's
See,
Kendrick
that's
to
where we
throw
are.
first.
Hi, everyone. That's
on.
where we're based, at the top of the building.
$80.
Our cover's blown, Mace.
So Darren asks, I see the players looking to the left after throwing their darts. What's to their left? It's effectively it's the monitor, which is what you would probably associate in the pub as the chalkboard. So it's basically, well, there we are. You can have a look there. So they just basically glance over there to see not only what they've got left, but of course what their opponent needs. There you go. It's all automated.
Game 9,999, and we're giving away all of our trade secrets.
43.
And of course, if you want to see all of this, then scan this QR code that's about to appear on your screen. Takes you to www.dartshop.tv, and you can see all of the sights and sounds of the live lounge for yourself. Just £2 to be in this magical darting building.
58.
Adam wants to know, how's the practice going for the seniors, Chris? Yeah, it's been going okay, actually.
42.
Certainly giving myself a bit of an opportunity this time around, although I've got a seriously tough opening match against Neil Duff.
60.
Well, you can blame the referee on the stage for giving you that draw.
Yes, Jack Garwood did the draw.
140.
He's good at reffing, but no good at digging out draws, eh?
Fair play to him. I did give him some banter about it. I sent him a message straight away. And cheers, pal.
96.
Thanks for that one.
Kendrick, you require 38.
Double 16 to bring it back to 3-2. When he's had chances, Kendrick, he has been okay at taking them, and he takes another one there and extends this game. And just like he did against Darryl Pilgrim, he forces Jamie Owens to serve this game out.
Six flag. It's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
But it is looking very hard work for Jamie, where maybe on day one he was just riding on a crest of a wave a little bit.
100.
It feels like Jamie has a certain amount of control of this match. Well, I didn't follow any of the football last night, but
108.
the chat, I think, is telling me, did Tottenham get thumped again last night?
Well, they drew 1-1.
Oh.
They dominated the game against Leicester and then conceded to Jamie Vardy, who then subsequently told Tottenham how many Premier League titles he won in comparison to how many Tottenham have won. After drinking a can of Red Bull 12 minutes before scoring that equaliser.
140.
Oh. Well, Owens, 81 for the match, and it would move him on to 10 points alongside Koltsov, alongside Pilgrim. And this is for the points in game 9,999. Didn't have to attack the bullseye because Kendrick's all the way back.
41.
And he is left tops after 12 to complete a 4-2 win in the hors d'oeuvre before the main course of the day.
82. Jamie, you require 40.
Tops. Can he just nudge it below? He's got a couple of good markers now.
No
he
score.
cannot utilise it.
Over the bar.
Like a Harry Kane penalty.
92. Jamie, you require 40.
For the points, he's looking at tops. Double 10, different target, open bed.
20.
Same result.
Kendrick, you require 74.
Oh dear.
One dart to take us all the way. We go all the way. And Kendrick lets us, but more importantly, lets his opponent know that we're going to the 7th leg.
7th and final
So
leg.
someone asked
Kendrick
if
to throw
I'm not
first.
mistaken,
Game
Andy
on.
Davidson played in this series already. Can a player play twice in a series? Well, they can play one full week and then either
83.
one of a Group B or a Group C in each campaign. And that's it. Don't get 2 full weeks, not unless there's a situation where
83.
someone does pull out and then someone sort of comes in as a substitute or a replacement. But as it stands, you can have 1 full week and a Group B or Group C in each 12-week campaign.
Effectively, the only time that ends up happening if player plays 2 full weeks is if somebody
60.
pulls out very, very late, say Sunday night or Monday morning. And of course, there was a situation where Scott Mitchell had to play
55.
well, I'd say second full week, but a second Group A in a series because he was due to, we were sat on a Wednesday morning, a player pulled out due to injury, and Scott was prepping for the day before he got a knock on the door saying,
123.
have you got your shirt in the car, of which he did. And so instead of commentating for the day, he played for the day. And, well, it meant I had to spend a day in the commentary box with
41.
Chris Murphy. So I think Scott Mitchell had the better time of the two.
Oof. Steady on, Henry. Oh, is that the P45 I can see sliding under the door
81.
there?
Not before game 10,000, mate. Too fair.
58.
Murph
Jamie
felt the
require
same.
154.
Oh, Jamie has somehow got himself in a world of trouble here.
58. Kendrick, you require 124.
Well, Jamie Owens has spurned a plethora of match darts in this contest. And Cordoom is going to have a dart at the ball.
99.
Oh, Jamie was
Jamie
smiling in the
required
background. He's
96.
probably been in this situation many times before where you're in a game that you feel like you should be winning. Well, really comfortably. And he wants Tops to do it in style.
56.
How many more darts is he
Kendrick,
going to
you
be to that
require
target? It's now
25.
7 darts for the match. Cordom to take it from the grasp of Jamie Owens. Double 4. Owens' head is in his hands, and
And the
Kendrick
man,
Cordom
Kendrick
has
Cordom.
completed the comeback job. He was 3-1 down. He was nowhere to be seen in this game. But Jamie Owens missed a plethora of match darts, and Cordom crosses the finishing line. Well, that was some way to complete game 9,999. And game 10,000 is almost upon us. It's Jarno Bottenberg and Darryl Pilgrim who will play in the big match. But before that, I had a bit of a catch-up with the gaffer in these parts, George Noble, last week to talk about the evolution of the Modus Super Series. Spoiler alert, I kept my job after. And so our 10,000th game is almost upon us here at the Modus Super Series. And I'm happy to say that alongside me is the gaffer, George Noble. George, great to have you with us. 10,000 games, that must feel like a huge milestone for this project.
I actually didn't realise we was anywhere near 10,000 games until obviously you said, and someone, I think Chris told me the other day, and it's yeah, I think it'll be the best part of 4 years we've been going now. So I guess, well, when you play like thousands of games every year, I think we're up to, at the moment, we're churning out 5,200 games a year, so it won't be long, I guess, before we fly past 10,000. But it's amazing where we come from to where we are now.
The impact that this building has had on the product, and the impact it's had on darts in general. It's a building that's only been open for a couple of years, but it's seen a lot of historic moments. Luke Littler winning his first title in front of the cameras, or big title in front of the cameras here. Fallon Sherritt became the first female player to hit a televised 9-darter here. This place has got a lot of memories, and I suppose a big impact on the sport already.
Yeah, I think obviously what Luke done's fantastic. For what he's gone on to do is amazing. For his, he's massively talented. But for his age, I've never seen a player like it. He would. Michael van Gerwen, when he came along, was a similar ilk to Luke Littler, but I think Luke's been absolutely outstanding since he come here. And if you speak to Luke, you say like winning the 2 tournaments here back to back, give him a lot of confidence. I'm not one for 1 minute saying he wouldn't have gone on to do it without playing here, because he may well have done. And as you said, Fallon being the first woman female to hit a 9-dart finish live on television which is great for us as well, you know. And I think what we aspire to be is the step before players turn professional. How many people have played here, Emery, and gone on to be tour card holders and do great things in the game, you know? And it's great for us as well, you know.
And just finally, to the future, what would you like it to hold, and how do you see this place evolving as time moves along?
Well, I mean, I'd like to think we'll outgrow this place at some point. It's a possibility, but I'm not sure I could put up with the headache of relocating everything again. It took, you know, I virtually lived here for the best part of 8 months. But, yeah, I think we've done well, and I think it's a good product, and I think the future's bright, as I said, and we need to keep growing it.
And move on, we shall, George. Thank you very much. And so, time for Game 10,000 here at the Modus Super Series. What an achievement. And here's to the next 10,000.
And that to a double 14. It's double 14.
To become the first ever female player.
Game shot. And the Modus Super Series Week 9 champion.
So the Super Series milestone is here, the 10,000th game since we've walked through the doors of this building back in September 2022. It is Daryl Pilgrim and Jarno Bottenberg who have the privilege of playing that match. The first ever game in this building was a 4-0 win for Martin Adams against Diogo Portela. It was a game that was commentated on by the man alongside me, Chris Mason, and how this place has grown, how this competition has grown since those fine acorns were laid back in September 2022.
Yeah, it was quite remarkable. I can remember coming down and seeing the building as effectively a bare shell. It was an old church, of course, so there's still plenty of sort of church pews around and plenty of other things that remind us of what it was. But to watch it be custom built and literally built around players, for players, and then to see what's happened over the next 2 years, including that incredible story, of course, of Luke Littler, and like George rightly said, and what he's gone on to do and is doing. It's been a remarkable story. Now, of course, I was part of I commentated on the very, very first game from my house in 96. Devon. It was a week before I had a phone call off of George, and have you still got your studio? Because I was podcasting then. And I said, yeah, of course I have. He said, right. He said, have you got high-speed fibre broadband? I said, yeah, I think so. He said, right. He said, this is what we're doing. And, well, it all started from that little acorn and now has grown into a fabulous oak tree. But I can assure you, they won't be sat still with this product. There's plenty of things in the future and in the pipeline that will make sure it continues to grow and provide a service to our viewers and, more importantly, to the players of the future and the present.
96.
And, of course, the past.
52.
Double 16 for a flying start to gain 10,000.
36.
Bottenberg has bodged a couple of darts to take out the first leg, and Pilgrim can break as a consequence. 20 for tops. Tops it is.
34.
In that very first game here, 16. Adams was impressive. At 3-1-8s was 66% on his doubles, and he put down a bit of a marker.
You require 40.
But incredibly, he's never won a week in this venue, has Wolfie.
I know.
Game shot on the first leg.
Pilgrim breaks to win leg 1.
Second leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Can you remember who won that first week?
Kieran Tier. Now, it was a bit weird because we started that week in a different venue and then played the Saturday 59. Night in this venue. In fact, the first series is very strange in the respect that to get everything ready, we played the first 5 weeks of competition in our then Live League studio in Southampton. So Robert Owen, Chaz Barter, Graham Hall, Daryl Pilgrim, Lee Evans had never played in this building when they played in the first Champions Week.
100.
The other list of winners, other than Kieran Tierney, Graham Usher, Conan Whitehead, Scott Williams, Gavin Carlin, Peter Jakes, and some bloke who sat in a
83.
culture box.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable when you look down the list of players. And
96.
Scott Williams, of course, went on to, well, he couldn't play that
137.
time, could he? Because he was then, of course, playing on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, Josh Payne came in, didn't he? Because he lost 2 finals in that
98.
series.
Yana, you require 156.
Scott Williams went on to, of course, reach a semi-final at the Worlds.
60.
I'll put it this way, 2 of the players
you
that reached the
require
semi-finals of this year's World
148.
Championship had played in this venue. Another one of them. Clips off the barrel of dart 1.
140.
Has left
Yana,
himself
you
on a
require
double. If
96.
Bottenberg cannot take out the 96. Double-double was the
56.
intention,
Darryl, you
but not the
require 8.
execution. Two twos for 2-0.
Game shot on
Well,
the second
game 1 in
leg.
this building
Darryl
was a
Pilgrim.
4-0 victory, and Daryl Pilgrim is halfway towards ensuring game 10,000 has the same fate.
Third leg, it's Yano to throw first.
Certainly didn't
Game
yesterday. 9 matches going the distance.
140.
The record for that was recently, wasn't it?
10 in a session. And the other thing as well is not just does the Super Series provide a platform for players to
140.
ply their trade, but it's also given the opportunity for a lot of people to call darts
81.
their full-time occupation, their full-time job. Got a fantastic backstage crew that do a superb job day in, day out, and ensuring that this
78.
broadcast, this product, day in, day out, runs seamlessly like clockwork. We've got a fantastic social media department. Anybody else want to slip a tenner for a compliment? And of course, you look at
60.
what the likes of Charlie Courtefine's gone on to achieve. He's now one of the mainstay referees in the PDC, and he refereed the first game in this building.
Yeah, I'm down at Southampton, of course. I mean, that's another thing as well, that
58.
the opportunity for people like Charlie to really learn their trade, doing 105 matches a week, and you're in and around people like Martin Adams, legends of our sport.
59. Yana, you
it's
require
fast-tracking.
164.
Say Kendrick will have played more games this
44.
week under the
Darryl, you
lights
require 164.
in this environment than I did in probably 3 years as a pro. The first 3 years of my career. Well, I use the word career loosely.
Because as you'll constantly get reminded, mate, you won
92.
nothing
You
apart from 14 ranking
120.
tournaments.
Just a commentator.
This could be superb. That is
Game shot on the
superb.
third leg. Jano
And that is a
Bottenberg.
second ton top of the day for Jano Bottenberg. The 120 joins the 121, and it goes back to 2-1 does
Fourth
the
leg,
score.
it's Darryl to throw
Someone
first.
said here, Matt Edgar dreams of Phil Taylor making an appearance here. Well, he did in the second ever match, because he was in comms with
140.
Chris Murphy. The very first match, I was in comms, of course, with Fallon, who, for a bit of symmetry, went on to be the first woman to a televised 9-dart finish.
Me and you had the pleasure of calling that home, didn't we?
Absolutely.
100.
Yeah, we've had some memories in this building, haven't we, Mace?
Well, our Christmas party here was memorable one year.
39.
No one needs to know anymore.
You do know all the cameras were running that night, right?
95.
So we do have your karaoke performance.
100.
In the can.
Yeah, Corin Hammond has a lot to answer for in that regard. As does Owen Binks, actually.
134.
Anyway, Darryl Pilgrim is answering all the questions here and is moving on the cusp of a 3-1 lead, averaging 95.
Well, Owen Binks went on to,
59. Darryl, you require
of course,
32.
referee the stage 2 at the
Game shot on the
UK
full
Open.
flag. Darryl Pilgrim.
One of the best markers in the PDC.
Fifth flag. It's Yano to throw first.
Oh, you're
Game
not
on.
making many friends today, Henry, are you? Tone says, Modus does
41.
this for free for anyone who uses YouTube to watch. Thanks for the 10,000 matches, guys. You're very, very welcome.
What's been your standout?
96.
10,000. What's the one thing that if I said Modus Super Series, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Could be anything.
Lack of sleep.
93.
What a way to sell it.
Oh, I don't know. There's just been so many. I don't know. Obviously the Luke Littler story was just incredible to witness that firsthand and
96.
watch his birth and evolution. Steve West promising after missing the 9, then going up and hitting one was pretty funny.
140.
I mean, when you just were reading out all the records from here, there is just so many. Cam Crabtree rocking up on debut with a 115 and
57.
change average was special. Pilgrim's losing with a 118 and then stepping up. The matches where we had back-to-back 9 darters was incredible. There's just been so many.
Now, Darryl Pilgrim is on the cusp of winning this
94.
historic
Darryl, you
encounter.
require
Game
112.
10,000. It's been great to have a trip down memory lane, but in the present, Pilgrim looking to move 2 points clear at the top of the group. And he's going to have a dart at double 16 to finish
Great
off
shot.
with a
And
ton
that's
topper.
Darryl
And it's
Pilgrim.
Darryl Pilgrim who will be the 10,000th winner of a match on the Super Series stage. And he does it in some style. A 112 checkout, an average in excess of 96, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Well, we were hoping that this historic match was going to be a cracker. Well, both players provided that. Pilgrim, a 4-1 winner against Jarno Bottenberg. Coming up after the break, we'll continue our trip down memory lane as we enjoy game 10,001. Simon Tayson against Kendrick Cordon.
Let's start from the young man. Right. We're on youth champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win. B. BL contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Lovely little trip down memory lane as we completed game 10,000 of the Super Series. Darryl Pilgrim beating Jarno Bottenberg by 4 legs to 1, averaging in excess of 96.04, 4 out of 6 on his doubles and finishing off with a 112 finish. If you want to send in your favourite moments from the Super Series, you can do via the YouTube chat room or via our social media accounts. The hashtag that you need is Modus Memories.
Someone says here, is it possible that Modus will
First
make another
leg, it's
design
Simon
for the
to throw
scoreboard?
first.
I don't know.
Game on.
I don't know what's wrong with the current one, but there you go. Any idea why Rhiannon O'Sullivan didn't play in the series? I thought she was given a spot after
140.
Women's Week. I don't think she could.
The invite was to a Super Series, not a specific Super Series.
25.
Yeah, I just had it confirmed. Yeah, it just the
95.
timing or the her availability just didn't work out. But she will be invited to the next one. And a final one. I am
100.
part of a JDC academy, currently trying out for county youth. How can I get on the Modus in the future? Easiest and quickest route is via
174.
the ADC, Darts Atlas, and just Google it or have a look on the social
100.
medias.
Simon, you require 92.
I think if you go over to our social
21.
media channels, I think there's links and explanations there of your quickest route, but don't be in too much of a rush.
100. Simon, you require 71.
Milo said, is this the 9-dart against his son? Yeah, it was James against Josh Richardson, and it was the final leg of the match as well. Brutal.
51.
Double 10. Does not go for Tayson. I'll tell you the one thing that we found interesting, because obviously we're watching that advert break at the
35.
same
Simon,
time
you
as you,
require
and
20.
we both worked on the product when it was in Southampton, and the evolution from
Game
those
shot on the
days
first
where
leg,
it was
Simon
quite simply,
Tayson.
all we had was 4 cameras. So you had the camera which obviously you have on the board, and the
Second
camera you have on the
leg, it's
player, and
Kendrick to
behind
throw
the
first.
shot camera
Game on.
and the camera that was in the commentary box. And they used to cut to us at the commentary box at the end of every single leg. Do you remember?
Yeah, I was caught
45.
eating fruit and drinking protein shakes and yeah.
So we can confirm it wasn't a pork pie.
No, I don't know how that.
125.
I don't even like pork pies.
So it was a porky pie about a pork pie.
Yeah, exactly that.
100.
And it wasn't a fruit pasty either. Is that a cake? Although I do love cake.
140.
This is a message for Henry. When can we swap Chris Mason for Glenn Durran? Oh, that's
82.
nice to give Glenn a bit of practice. I do believe Glenn in
140.
next week, is he, or the week after?
Ironically, we're talking about swapping. Glenn Durrant's swapping for me on Champions Night, so
There we go.
he'll be back for the big one.
85. Simon, you require 96.
This for 2-0.
42.
It's incredible the amount of stories in the chat of where people have got into darts via watching the Super Series.
59. Simon,
We
you
had
require
the That's
54.
Modus baby people, didn't we, here last year?
Gotta have that Modus mentality.
44. Kendrick, you require 130.
So, to level things up, seen a couple of ton plus finishes in. They're not going to go this time. Can leave tops. Oh, that's a
77.
loose one.
Simon, you require 10.
This has been up there with some of the best stuff Simon's thrown so far this week.
Game
2-0
time,
up.
second leg, Simon
Average
Taser.
dips below the 90 mark, but promising stuff here from the Belgian.
Can you swap
Third leg,
Mason
it's
for
Simon to
Duzzer?
throw
Duzzer is
first.
better to listen
Game
to.
on.
Oh, well. That's good. I'm glad he's got a fan.
45.
Yeah, Glenn's going to be here for the double start week.
45.
He is.
We won't spoil the big
60.
plans for Champions Week just yet, but we've got a bumper cast for you for that particular week.
61.
Well, I'll be away dressing up as Danny Zuko.
Right, that needs explaining.
100.
It's the, believe it or not, it's the 1 year anniversary in the pub. We're having a 70s themed fancy dress disco
81.
night. So me and Charlotte are going as, I don't know how I got talked into this. It gets worse though. For Ella's
100.
21st, I'm going as Ali G.
It's going to be Mace in the house.
Yes.
44. $60.
Well, Tayton here, defending a 3-0 lead. 136 points away from it. That's a great
100.
find with Dart
Simon,
Free
you
to
require
leave
136.
Cordom on a finish.
So if anybody in the chat's got a Rydell High Letterman
100.
cardigan
You require
knocking about,
170.
preferably extra large, get in touch.
Bullseye, and Cordom could have had the opportunity to burn up the quarter mile.
84. Simon, you require 36.
But it's a touch of Belgian lightning.
Someone asking when
27.
Champions
Kendrick,
Week
you
start.
require
Well,
86.
Monday morning, 9:30 a.m.
Game shot on the third leg. Kendrick Cordon.
Cordom gets the break. Back on throw, this game goes to 2-1. Tayton still
Fourth
has
leg, it's Kendrick
the
to throw
ascendancy and
first.
still holds
Game
all
on.
the aces in this contest. I'll tell you what, I'm enjoying this little trip down memory lane that we're having on this Tuesday morning.
100.
Sometimes nice to get a bit nostalgic about things.
41. $121.
Right, JPL Darts needs banning from the chat room.
100.
We need Binksy in comms for Champs Week. If that happens, I will write my resignation.
100. $97. $85. $99.
Right then, we've
you require 95.
Got a question for you, mate, which you'll get onto in the next leg, because Cordom is going to split for double 16 to square up at
Game shot
2-2. He
on
was
fourth leg.
2-0 down in
Kendrick
this
Cordom.
contest, but he's responded superbly and level this match is at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Simon to throw
Right,
first.
Josh has asked you a question. What's the best game you've ever commentated on?
40.
Ooh,
135.
there's not one, but there's just been multiple. The match between
140.
Gary Anderson and Rob Cross was it last year?
The Masters?
Yeah, that was just remarkable.
140.
The Michael Smith MVG final, another
60.
absolutely remarkable match. Peter Wright, Michael Smith in the final before that, where Peter Wright went on that just
55.
remarkable run. Yeah, there's literally, I could probably name 50, and
60.
I've been fortunate enough to probably commentate on probably half of those, I think.
97.
Well, Gordon was 2-0 down, and Taysom was flying in this match. But the South African
Kendrick, you
is
require
74 points away from turning it around.
Damon Heta against Luke Littler.
Oh, what a game that was.
Yeah, that was Billy Bonkers.
40. Simon, you require 74.
20 for tops. Well, at least it wasn't in the
54.
way, but that would have been
Kendrick, you
precariously low for
require
his liking.
34.
Again, splitting. But not
2.
hitting this time.
Simon, you require 20.
Scrappy fifth leg, but who's going to win it?
No score.
Ooh, wrong bed.
Kendrick, you require 32.
So double 16, and
Yeah,
Cordon
Charlotte
from
fifth
2-0
leg.
behind
Kendrick Cordon.
gets his nose in front.
What is
Sixth
very
leg
good
is
is
Kendrick to throw first. Game on.
finding a way to win legs where he can just apply a bit of a pressure and
140.
maybe force a mistake out of his opponent.
$140.
Both players trading 140s at the beginning of leg 6.
28.
But is that an untimely slip for Cordon? Who, having got the break in the last, had control of the match,
81.
but that could be whittled away very quickly.
And Simon's
100.
issue here is his missed darts at doubles. He's 2 from 14. A bit more efficient. Kendrick,
100.
3 from 9, but they're both averaging around 80. Very similar numbers.
84.
Apparently, me and you are the best to do it, Mace.
Oh, there you go.
Need to stop those burner accounts, mate.
60. Kendrick, you require 149.
149 for the match. For the comeback win. He was 2-0 behind, and now he looks to set up for the 4-2 victory.
85. Simon, you require 120.
And he's going to come back and should get a dart in his hand.
40.
For
Kendrick, you
Tayson, a
require
bright spark,
64.
or shall I say a bright start, has come to nothing. As Cordon looks at double 16.
48.
And that
Simon, you
was for
require
a 4-2
80.
success.
He'd love to find the treble 20 with dart 1, so it's only going to be 1 at tops. Doesn't
60.
choose to
Kendrick, you
move.
require 16.
To complete the job. Double 4. To win
shot.
leg
And
4.
the match.
And Kendrick
Kendrick
Cordon has now picked up back-to-back wins. He beat Jamie Owens in match 6. He's now beaten Simon Tayson in match 8. And it means the Belgians bottom of the group. And Cordon, well, he's really reveling in the experience now, isn't he? It's only a couple of points off a Group B spot. He beat Simon Tayson 4-2. Coming up next, Jamie Owens up against Boris Koltsov. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Kendrick Cordon get his second victory in 2, getting the better of Simon Tayson by 4 legs to 2. And now we see Jamie Owens in action up against Boris Koltsov following a superb opening day where he won 4 from 5. He has lost his opening 2 matches. Boris Koltsov has had a mix and match day so far. He got the better of Simon Tayson 4-1 in his first fixture, and then he's got the better of Jano Bottenberg by 4 legs to 1. Compare and contrast in terms of the performances, there was a 22-point swing between average 1 and average 2.
It's Jamie to throw first.
But Boris
Game on.
could join Darryl Pilgrim on 12 if he wins this contest. If Jamie Owens wins this game, Pilgrim has got daylight at the top of the pile.
People still looking back at memories, and a couple of comments about
44.
how many were in the commentary box. Well, when we first started doing it, when we were doing it from home, of course, it was only one commentator because we were on lockdown. So
100.
myself and Webby and who else was doing it? Nico. We were all doing it from home.
108.
And then when we moved to Southampton, when the restrictions were lifted, you had no choice but to only have one
60.
commentator because we were still under certain rules, weren't we? And the commentary box then was in a tiny little, well, it
96.
housed all the computer stuff in there. It was, in the summer, it was
Awful.
absolutely like working in a sauna. And it was
140.
like a tiny broom cupboard, so there was certainly no room for 2. And then when we moved here, this is when we introduced having 2 commentators, which is obviously a lot easier.
127.
Do you remember as well in the summer, because we were right next to those rooms, we couldn't have the fan on because you could hear the
100.
blowing of the fan
Jamie
on the
required
microphone.
54.
So before the session, we literally tried to fan it for all it's worth, and then by about game 6, you could literally feel the
Game time
sweat
of
drip
first leg,
as
Jamie
Owens takes out leg 1 in 14.
Yeah, well, in the room that the players, it was a sealed room,
Second leg. It's
so
Boris
the players
to
would
throw
have
first.
they were in
Game on.
their own sort of, what did they used to call them? You know, groups of, because they all did a
Oh,
test together.
bubbles, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
they're in their own bubbles, so
95.
they would go from the practice room straight into the sealed playing room, but in between matches, they would pump air conditioning into
134.
there and then switch it off and shut the door when the players are in there, just to try and keep it at some kind of working temperature.
140.
Had some fun
Well,
times.
back in the home days, Jared, of course, was playing in his
59.
mum and dad's conservatory, and it was a baking summer. Of course, we were all on lockdown. It was bound to be a decent summer, and I think he had a
59.
thermometer in there. The temperature was ridiculous.
Mind you, he is a chef by trade, so he should be used to the heat.
Someone asking a question:
98.
when is Adrian Lewis due to play Modus? Has it been confirmed an actual date? Well, it will be next year. I presume
43.
January, February time, because he currently still has a tour card, which wouldn't allow him to play here.
60. Boris, you require 164.
164 for one apiece. It's not going to go, and so Owens will return for 150 to get the break and open up a 2-leg lead in this match.
50. Jamie, you require 150.
Charlie wants to know, can we see Chris Murphy playing 1 week at the Super Series?
Shall we ask him?
57. Boris,
I know
you
the
require
answer.
114.
114 for Koltsov. Tops to square up.
74.
Pitches just above the
Jamie
wire.
Yeah, I think Chris
required
Murphy will be
93.
playing the same week as Adrian Lewis.
Will it? Well, at least the games will be over quick. Double 16. Does
61.
not go. He's been missing a lot of
Boris, you
doubles
require
today.
40.
It's Jamie Owens missed 12 against Cordon, missed 7 against
Each on the
Bottenberg.
second leg. Boris
And
Koltsov.
Koltsov will square this contest up at 1-1.
Third leg. It's Jamie
I
to
hear
throw
that Chris
first.
Murphy has rumbled
Game
me.
on.
Apparently he wants to take me on in a 1v1.
Well, I did see the
99.
Owen Binks George Noble challenge match. George was actually I remember George when he was a youth player. He
100.
grew up in a pub, of course. His late father played himself, but George was surrounded by quality players back then.
140.
Most of them played in his pub.
$51.
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil that match for you, but Owen Binks' problem in that match was his timing was a little bit off.
60.
And available alongside plenty of other bonus content on the Super Series
85.
YouTube channel.
Someone saying here with reference to Adrian Lewis, all that is assuming he doesn't play in Q School. Well, as far as I'm aware, the only thing he may play in is the World Championship qualifiers. Right outside of that, I do believe he's already said that he won't be going to Q School. Maybe wrong, but I have watched a couple of his interviews of late.
Jamie require 40.
Tots Owens to re-establish his lead at 2-1. It was an inviting guy. The second one was bound to go in. But just having a look at the mannerisms of Jamie, just beginning to get a bit hot under the collar, getting a little bit frustrated out there, where day one he was playing with real freedom. Day two, it feels like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Yeah, well, when you start, well, he was overnight leader, of course, and when you see players around, you just start to
59.
not necessarily pull away, but put themselves in a position to gap you. That's when you can get a little bit more emotionally invested.
$140. $60.
Owens here averaging in excess of 96. Played really well in that first game of the day, but it felt like that defeat lingered
92.
against Kendrick, where he missed a multitude of match darts, 7 match darts across the line.
Someone asking a question about Jamie's darts. Are they front weighted? Yeah, for sure.
28.
I was actually having a chat with Jack after the session finished yesterday, and it's the first time he can remember a group where pretty much all the players have had a all-in-one stem flight combo.
$60. Jamie require 110.
Decided to stay there because the live dart one was so good. He had a decision to make because Boys wasn't on a finish. Attacked the double 15, didn't get the double 15. But it's just looking hard work for Jamie. He's playing well, but the mannerisms on his face wouldn't exactly lead you to believe that.
Interesting question. Chris might know, what is statistically the lowest hit segment on the board, and what is the actual lowest hit segment on average?
96.
Well, double 17's the league hit double, isn't it?
Yeah, I would have thought treble 2.
Game shot on a 4 flag, Jamie Owens.
Owens breaks and leads 3-1. Still
5th flag, it's Jamie to throw first.
Cutting the figure of a man who walked down the street with 20 quid in his pocket and then it blew away.
$60.
Does have the look of a marauding centre half, doesn't he?
180.
Yeah, he's quite a thick-set chap.
140.
And it's not a surprise that footballers are good at darts. I mean, again, not to bring it back up, but
51.
working in football, I know a lot of players, once they finish training, some of the things they'll do is play games after sessions whilst they're having their food and stuff. And darts alongside table tennis is one of the popular sports that they play.
Yeah, cricket as well. They play a lot of darts when they're rained off, which is a frequent occurrence in this country, of course.
60.
Particularly with a test match coming up on Wednesday, starting tomorrow. We know it's going to start raining again.
And as we've seen in years gone by at Ali Pali, the cricketers do love to come to the darts.
Alistair Cook and James Anderson have been there a few times. Played on that stage, haven't they, against one another?
Yes.
Phil Tufnell's meant to be a handy player as well, isn't he?
116.
Spin bowler, wasn't he, Tuffers?
Tops. For the match.
96.
And it would have been for Jamie Owens his first win of the day. Well, this would sting. This would be a pocket pincher if Koltsov could have pinned the double 18. His head's in his hands. Well, he may well be shaking the hand of Jamie Owens in a couple of moments' time. He feels like he has blown it. Thinks the dart's a cigar. Well, it was close, but no cigar on the double 18. But Jamie Owens crosses the line by 4 legs to 1. It's his first win of the day, an average in excess of 90. More like it for Jamie, as he says to the referee. He knows he can play, and he can play to a high level, and he demonstrated it there. It puts him on to 10 points, and it means that Darryl Pilgrim will have the opportunity to move full clear in a couple of matches' time. But first up, Jarno Bottenberg can put himself back to within a couple of points if he can beat Simon Tayson up next. Welcome back back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds of fixtures on this Tuesday morning. This is what we've seen. In the third round, wins for Jamie Owens, Kendrick Cordom and Darryl Pilgrim, and it means that Mr. P is leading the way going into the final 6 games of our second day's worth of action. 2 clear of Kiltsov, 2 clear of Owens, and the man who was the 3-10 favourite with the odds compilers is at the summit that everybody expected him to be at. Pilgrim's on the perch, but now we're going to see Simon Tate and Jarno Bottenberg in action. A win for Jarno, put him on to 10 points. Been a much improved day for Bottenberg in comparison to day one. Averages on 92 and 93 respectively. And keep that vein of form up in our 4th cycle of matches, then you would expect him to get the better of Simon Tayson.
Yeah, he's put just over 10 points on his numbers for the day yesterday with his current daily average. So, yeah, a huge improvement for him. What's your take on... Hear this a lot about sport.
Game on.
Josh asks, should the world champion stay at Ali Pali or move to Saudi? Well, you hear this again. I've heard it with snooker, and obviously
100.
boxing's fairly prevalent over there at the moment. They're using the Riyadh season to take boxing, well, certainly to America and to the UK.
40.
But no, listen, if they want to showcase any sport, create your own event. The World Championship
80.
Should stay in London and should stay at Ali Pali. The opportunity
100.
is there to switch things around if there is a need for more ticket sales, but I think the numbers at the moment are perfect. It's always sold out. It's a great atmosphere. It's almost a manageable
100.
crowd. It's always a bit more lively, but they're always going to be restricted in
95.
those kind of, especially sport and boxing. The lads like a pint, they like a party, they like to enjoy themselves, they like to let their hair down, and of course
57.
over there that you just can't be done. So it's never going to carry, all the boxing over there. You see, it's got a different type of atmosphere. It's almost like watching a fight in a library. I certainly wouldn't want to see our sport almost sterilised for the sake of
134.
for the sake of money.
66.
I think listen, the prize money is phenomenal now in our sport.
Game shot
I
on
don't
the
think
first
we have
leg.
to-
Simon Tayson.
I don't think they have to chase a pound note.
Well, Tayson takes the double 18 out to lead 1-0. Well, the thing is,
Second
you have
leg,
this
it's
discussion
Jarno
every
to
single
throw
time there's a
first.
new big player
Game
that
on.
comes into sport. There was discussion a few years ago when American people were buying Premier League football
93.
clubs that there'd be a round of matches that were going to be played out in the United States. It happens whenever there's a new big player that comes onto the sporting scene.
43.
The latest one being Saudi Arabia. If there's to be another nation, say, that comes to prevalence, we'll
Yeah,
probably
but-
have the same discussion again.
You look at the turnout in their matches over there, and look how many players
62.
have gone over there and can't wait to come back. The fact that they're not rushing to go there tells you all you need to know.
81.
Jordan Henderson failed in his job to promote football in that region, obviously.
I have
56.
no issue with tournaments being anywhere in the world, but
85.
the snooker belongs in Sheffield.
Agreed.
The World Championship
60.
has got to stay at Ali Pali.
If that left the Crucible, I think it would be the final nail in the coffin for the sport. That's my honest
82.
opinion.
Well, interestingly, Barry's over in America at the moment playing in a pool tournament, and well, he's I presume going to use a very similar
100.
template that has been used in darts, and he's going to pile a load of money into pool. He thinks it's time.
100. Jarno, you require
Well, Match have actually
130.
moved the World Championships in pool out to Saudi Arabia.
90.
They've got a
Simon, you
contract
require
till
130.
2036.
Yeah, I'm not sure pool's particularly a spectator sport like snooker, but I think it's certainly. I mean,
40.
I used to
Jarno, you require
love watching
40.
the Moscone on TV, and I've actually been to the Moscone. I've been to once when it was in Wales, and then I went to the
20.
one where it
Simon,
was
you
in
require
York
70.
Hall in Bethnal Green. That was amazing.
I think it's at Ali Pali this year. That's one I do want to tick off the bucket list is the Moscone.
Yeah, it's
30.
special.
Yano, you require 20.
It's a bit like the snooker shootout, but pool. And it's got that element of turning the Yanks over, of course.
Or if you're watching the United States, turning the Europeans over.
Game shot
Well,
on the
Jano
second
Bottenberg
leg. Jano
turns that
Bottenberg.
leg over, turns the second page, and we are level at 1-1.
Someone says here, no, you need to
Third
change
leg, it's Simon
every
to go
year the
first.
location.
Game on.
All right, mate. You tell Barry Hearn he's doing it wrong.
140.
It's not a Grand Prix. It's not like the, it's not like Formula One where they take it around the country. The darts is as global as it can be right now.
I'll tell you what, whilst we're
95.
in nostalgic Modus mode, if you were to take this tournament and you're allowed to take it somewhere for a week, we go on a bit of a Super Series Grand Tour, where would you like to see this place going? It can't be in the
83.
UK, it has to be further afield.
Boston. Or for selfish
26.
reasons, Jamaica.
Either or. As long as we get it, as long as you get the flights paid on expenses,
99.
when you get the gig, we don't care.
$83.
Jason for
Simon, you
2-1, looking
require
for 84. Double 12 for 14 darter.
60.
Bit wild, those two darts, but we'll be back. Certainly some surprising results so far today.
66.
Kendrick
Simon, you
Cordon's picked up
require
a
24.
couple of wins. Simon
Gage on a
Tayson, of
third
course, had
leg.
his
Simon Tayson.
upset win earlier on when
Fourth flag. It's Yano to throw
threatened,
first.
didn't he, the job
Game on.
against Dale Pilgrim. Couldn't get over the line in the end.
140.
But he moves 2-1 up in this particular contest. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind seeing almost a challenger
44.
event where we go to Sweden, where we invite 6 players, so from the UK, Netherlands, wherever, anywhere in the world.
57.
A bit like what they do in the World Series. So you have 6 players in the Super Series 6, and then you have the top 6 Swedish players that are eligible.
140.
And I think the Swedes would they could do a job. You've got the reigning champion Harrison in there. You've got Östlund,
58.
Tingström, Kasiak, Engström,
60.
plus a couple of days in Stockholm.
Yeah, I think maybe we'll see a Euro Tour and
90.
World Series. Maybe, well, I think the PDC are in such a great position at the moment with
140. I know
with
you require 150.
the current situation with our sport. More and more countries are
96.
screaming
Simon, you
for
require
events, but there's only
117.
52 weeks in a year.
50 of them. We're here at the Live Lounge.
41. Yano, you require 60.
That was low. That was low.
No
So
score.
was that.
Simon, you
And it could be a
require 76.
sinking low for Bottenberg. If Tayson could take out the 76, it'd be for the break and a 3-1 lead, but he misses the big number.
36. Yano, you require 60.
Back to the start.
40. Simon, you require 40.
Back for tops. Tayson for the break.
Gage
And a
shot on a fourth
3-1
flag.
lead
Simon
in this
Tayson.
contest. He's one leg away from his first win of the day, and Jano Bottenberg's having an argument with a
Fifth flag.
speaker.
It's Simon to throw first.
Well, he's
on.
frustrated because his game sort of dropped back to some of the levels that he was at yesterday, and it was such an encouraging
39.
start to the day. We started to see him produce some of his best darts, and it's just not happened in this one. 1 from 9
60.
on the doubles, and just the 140.
59.
Every sport needs a home, Matthew.
60.
It's like moving the Masters golf for
It's like calling the Grand National at Sandown.
46.
yeah. No, they're historically noted, and you obviously don't understand the commercial element of sport as well, that when a sport has its home and has its history, people go there to experience
59.
the atmosphere and the history of the event.
We have a perfect example in our sport, because remember when the BDO World Championship
99.
left the lakeside?
That great idea. Went to one of the most inaccessible places and expensive places they could have taken it to, and wonder why it failed. Where people, even to this day, will still say, "Oh, I want to go to Lakeside," who've never been. Same
55.
as the Crucible in Sheffield.
That's why ticket sales for this year's WDF World Championship are so high.
Yeah, absolutely.
56.
And in some senses, and I don't mean this as a slant at anybody here, by the way, but a lot of patrons will go there for the experience of the lakeside,
41.
and to be honest, it in their minds probably wouldn't matter who was playing. That's not a slant at the WDF or the players playing in that tournament, but there is a prestige about that venue, and that's why it was crucial for the WDF to secure that venue, and that's what they've done, and they've built their home back there. And from what I've been told, they're,
60. Yano, you require 150.
in terms of ticket sales, doing very, very well, which is good to hear. Jano Bottenberg will be playing at the Lakeside in December
58. Simon, you require 102.
as the Dutch Open champ. But he may well be the loser of this game.
54. Yano, you require 92.
The only example I can think of using is
56.
like why
Simon, you require
countries have
48.
their national stadiums. It's a similar thing, isn't it? They don't.
For the match. And
shot.
for
And the
4-1
match,
win, Simon
Simon
Tayson gets
Tayson.
over the line against Jano Bottenberg. It's a performance that Jano is severely disappointed with. It's a win that Simon Tayson desperately needed. His first of the day. That's the tail of the tape. Pilgrim is next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Lebanon.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well,
on the
Smith,
match.
is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? Took me a long time. And that
Andreas
clenched
Harrison.
fist.
Game shot on the
Well,
match.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, glistening on this Tuesday afternoon on what has been a historic afternoon for the Modus Super Series, because Daryl Pilgrim's last outing was our 10,000th match in this building. He got the better of Jarno Bottenberg by 4 legs to 1. He's currently top of the table, and if he beats Jamie Owens here, he's going to have a 4-point lead at the top of the pack ahead of Boris Koltsov's game against Kendrick Cordom. And all afternoon, because it's a very special day, we're commentating on the action, but we're also looking for your hashtag Modus memories over the last couple of years or so. And it could be beyond from when we were in Southampton, or whether we're at home as well. So do get in contact with us via social media or via the YouTube chat room.
Game on.
Yeah, someone asking if we're going to do something similar to a World Cup, or maybe a World Pairs, something that's been discussed, and, well,
59.
more on the potential for Specials Week will be announced in due course. But next up in terms of Specials Week, well, next week is Champions Week, starts Monday 9:30 a.m. We're going to find our 12th and final player on Saturday night. That will then be followed by our Double Trouble 2 week.
95.
Which means, I'm sure, the return of the Double Trouble Challenge, where the players play a pairs competition. That was good fun, wasn't it, last time?
Yeah.
43.
Yeah, I think a World Pairs. I think we have enough players pool of players to pick from now that we could.
97.
But I think we'd need to do some kind of qualification system, wouldn't we?
Could stream the qualifier. We could stream the qualifier on
56.
Sunday. Finish the Saturday. We all come in on the Sunday and we stream the qualifier. Then play the Monday to Saturday.
I don't think you're going to get players from around the world turning up to play a qualifier, Henry. But there you go. Maybe a qualifiers in their own countries, which they can stream.
Pilgrim.
You just love spending money, Henry.
99. Daryl, you
Oh, we haven't spent much this week, have we? 116 for Pilgrim to take the opening leg of this match. We'll stay there because the treble would have left double 18.
100.
That's one of our Modus moments. Remember when we got told off because we spent £1.5 million in a week? We had a little knock on the commentary box door between matches, and we basically got told to keep it stum.
16.
James has picked one of his favourite memories, Andreas Harrison's 117 average was special to watch. Yeah, it certainly was. As was his 9.
No score.
Yep, opting to not get involved, chasing the double around to 2s and potentially 1s.
120. Daryl, you require 16.
This was a cracking game yesterday, and probably up until
Game shot on the first leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Jarno versus Jamie earlier. It's probably one of the two standout matches.
Leg,
and
it's Jamie to throw first.
Jamie got the better of Daryl, 4-3 with a 99.85 average, and he missed 7 darts at a double.
97. 121. 180.
A lot of people asking about the ADC Global Championships. Yep, that is still happening, and it'll be happening later in the year. We did discuss it yesterday in the qualifying criteria, but we will
44.
We will show you a little promo in maybe 3 or 4 matches time, so keep your eyes peeled for that one. But yep, it's still be happening. It's being done over a 2-week period here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
100.
Well, Pilgrim had to move all the way across, and it worked perfectly, just sneaking that last dart in to leave himself on a finish. Well, Owens has woken up following a slumberous first leg.
140. Darryl, you require 160.
And Owens is going to get the chance to level up as he leaves tops after 12.
63. Jamie, you require 40.
2 10s. Help or hindrance?
Game
Massive
shot on
help.
second leg.
There we
Jamie
are,
Owens.
1-1.
Third leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Hazard's been in touch. Hi, Hazard. When Luke Littler went crazy against Darryl, that was a superb game. That was on Champions Night in the 3rd Champions Week, which probably, in my humble opinion, was probably the best Champions Night we had.
100.
Next there would be Jacob Taylor, who came in as an alternate. Because Luke he decided that he wanted to go and play on a Challenge Tour, pick up £0 and
93.
miss out on a big trophy.
$120.
Chris Oak says he'd like to see a Pairs Cup of some description, and he's actually come up with a similar idea that I campaigned for. So it's 2 games of singles,
135.
501, best of 3, and then if it's 1-1, they play a game of cricket. Or Mickey Mouse, as the Yanks call it, or tactics, as I've heard it been called over here. So I think if it was just the one leg, people would, we could explain it and get it up to speed. People would understand the
58.
the intricacies of that specific game.
A big moment, but Owens isn't going to get the big check out, and so Pilgrim will return to move in front once again in this contest.
91. Darryl, you require 90.
May just be a dart at the bull. That felt very big and very safe. Middle of the diddle. Solves the riddle for Darryl Pilgrim. The bullseye puts him 2-on up.
Yeah, you're right. It was good. It was safe, and that was great board management
Fourth flag, it's
from
Jamie to throw first.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Game on. $140.
There's a lot about Darryl that
58.
really seen him at his best, apart from that game against Bottenberg where he averaged in excess of 96, but still could find himself 4 points clear at the end of this match if he can go on and pick up a win against Jamie Owens.
Yeah, I think you made a great point earlier on. This is this 5th consecutive day of tournament play, and well, having played 6 consecutive days here, I totally get how he's feeling.
100.
And he was playing 2 tournaments in a day for 2 days, and then 1 tournament on day 3, and then straight into this Monday morning.
46. Jamie, you require 127.
1-2-7 to square the game. 8-8.
119.
Inside, but he has got time on his side. What is average up to 98? Actually, the performance levels at times for Jamie has actually been up on day 1.
Yeah.
115. Jamie, you require 8.
But the results haven't correlated.
Game shot on
But he's all square in this one. 13 data, 2-2.
Yeah, good standard of
Fifth
play.
flag, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on. $41.
Someone asking about the table after match 12. So coming up to this one, We have Kendrick versus Boris.
100.
And then Jamie versus Simon. That will mean we've completed the 4th cycle of games. We'll give you a table update. Of course, we'll show you the table at the end of the session.
$130.
But currently, Daryl on 12 points. Boris Koltsov on 10. Jamie Owens on 10.
55.
Jarno on 8. Kendrick on 6. Simon on 4.
That is how the land
99.
lies in this Group A.
That's pretty much what I said. I think everybody will stay in their individual pockets. I thought the top 3 will have a shift. And my thoughts on that were that Batman Daryl Pilgrim will find himself on top after day 2. But I felt that those in positions 4, 5 and 6
60.
will stay in 4, 5 and 6.
It's almost as if you know what you're talking about.
Broken clock is correct twice a day.
65.
Can Jamie Owens
Jamie
get this
require
right? 112 for the break. Can he then have the darts to win the match in the next? That may well be inviting for him. Indeed it was. Double 16. Long pause. We've seen that a couple of times from him today.
80.
Yeah, I don't mind that. If he
Daryl,
doesn't
you
feel
require 100.
settled or he's not happy with his feet positioning or grip. No 180s, boring match. There's been 2 180s, Si.
60. Jamie, you require 32.
Cool story though, bro.
Double 16 for 3-2 lead.
Gates
And
on the
Owens
5th
gets the
leg,
break. And
Jamie
he now
Owens.
has the darts to win the match.
6th leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
What on earth is Si jibber-jabbering about? Should stay in your own lane, Si.
134.
Charlie, are we heading out for a curry tonight, boys? No, tomorrow night. Narrowed it down to 2 potentials. 2 that we've never been to.
137.
We like living life on the edge.
You might have a corner when you live that far on the edge.
Oh, not a chance, mate. The desserts would come after the
96.
main. I already know what I'm having wherever we go anyway. Chicken tikka madras, onion bhajis, garlic naan, washed down with 8 large cobras.
See, if I had 8, I'd be on the floor.
101.
So would I. I meant between us.
Right, Owens looking to win this match on the fish.
100.
Yeah, and do the double
Jamie require 170.
over the favourite.
Not to be, but you get the sense that Pilgrim needs to pull something out the fire, and the 149 may well be the ticket. It may well be the ticket he has to punch.
81.
Great recovery in the
Now we
end.
require 149.
149 to stay alive. Not this time, and so Owens comes back for a 4-2 win.
45.
And
Jamie
to get the better of
89.
Mr. P once more. Double 16. And Owens
shot on the
owns
match.
the bragging
Jamie
rights
Owens.
against Daryl Pilgrim once again. And he moves on to 12 points in the group. It was an opportunity this for Daryl Pilgrim. He had the chance to move 4 clear in the group with Boris Koltsov yet to play in this round. And so it means that there could well be a 3-way tie at the top of the group come the end of Cordon against Koltsov. And that's what's following us next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Kendrick Cordom and Boris Koltsov round off the 4th round of fixtures on this Tuesday afternoon. Before the break, Jamie Owens with a real good show. He got a better of Darryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 2. And so Pilgrim and Owens both tied on 12 points. Boris Koltsov could join the pair on that mark if he wins this match against South Africa. He's had a good day. He's won a couple of matches and growing in confidence. And as far as Boris's day is concerned, yes, he's picked up points, but he lost his last game against Jamie Owens. We don't quite know what performance we're going to get from him from one game to the next.
60.
No, it's been a bit patchy, that's for sure. It's very much when he's on, he's on.
180.
There's an example of that.
Case of when it's good, it's very,
95.
very good.
Yeah, and that goes for a lot of players at this level. It's not necessarily their A game that
140.
needs any kind of massive improvements. It's the B game, and it's that range we talk of. You get that range down to around 5 or 6 points, you're going to be very difficult to beat.
Boris thinking about his options,
90.
heads down for the bullseye, leaves himself on 91 after 9. Threatening the break of throw against the South African in the
55.
opening leg of this
Boris require
contest.
91.
He's going to get 6 starts to do it in as well.
51.
And will leave himself on tops after 12. A solid opening leg showing from Boris. But he will be wary of the fact that
129. Boris
Kendrick
require
has been a
40.
player that, when presented with opportunities, he has taken advantage of them. But he's not
Takes
going to
on the
get one in
first
this
leg.
leg as
Boris
Koltsov
Koltsov.
gets the double 10 to break.
Second leg, it's Boris to throw first. Game on.
We could see Kendrick here at the end of the year in the ADC Global Championship, which we'll talk a little bit more about in our
40.
next match, because there is going to be an ADG or an African sanctioned qualifier for that tournament, which
122.
takes place in December. It's going to be the curtain closer to 2024 here at the Live Lounge.
140.
Koltsov here, scoring like a dream.
100.
Yeah, he's not hit a ton yet, but he's hit 2 140s and a 180. Make that 2 180s.
80.
Well, he's left 1 for 1, but it's
36.
after 9 and not
Boris
4
require
9.
141.
But any which way, we're not going to see that
60.
flashy finish right now.
Boris, you require 81.
Now this to double his advantage in the contest. 12 and bull. And this time he has to go for it. Bullseye for
Takes on the
Boris
second
for a
leg.
2-0
Boris
lead. It's
Koltsov.
back-to-back 15 darters as well. Koltsov is running red hot.
Third leg, it's Kendrick to throw first. Game on.
And Cordom can do nothing about it. He's actually playing some of his best darts of the week. It's a scoring average, but a scoring average of 91.
140.
He's had 5 tons and a 140 in this match, but it's Boris who's had the real power scoring.
100.
It's actually his first ton of the match.
Yeah, he's had 5 scores of a ton or more. Kendrick has
59.
had 6, but it's 5 tons and 140. The 5 for Boris is 1 ton, 2 140s, 2 180s.
93.
It's been a strange day in the respect that we've
44.
seen either really good contests or stuff that's been a little bit below par. But
98.
this very much in the top echelons, the higher echelons.
82.
We're still 100 subscribers away from hitting that significant number of 50,000 subscribers. So if you are watching and you're not one of those that are subscribed, and I know there's hundreds of you that aren't subscribed who are watching, please hit that button for us. And when we do get to 50,000, I'll give you some names for Double Trouble Week, which is, well, just a week and a bit away.
81. Kendrick, you require 130.
First opportunity, really, Kendrick's had in the match. And he's not going to get a poke at the ball.
60. Boris, you require
Korsov has had an 81. Can he add the 91 to the collection? And bullseye first. So only 4 left. He's been going treble 14 all day. For double 16.
75.
Give it every opportunity.
70.
You could hear that thud. And Kendrick's going to get his first couple of darts at a double. 2 4s. To bring it back to 2-1. When he's been getting opportunities, he's been taking them, but the big issue has been the opportunities have come few and far between at points.
It's Boris to throw first.
And to be fair, his day's been summed up by that. He's won 2 matches. When opponents have been missing, he's been hitting. And I think he will walk away today, no matter what happens in his last couple of matches, feeling much happier than he did come the end of day 1.
Yeah, listen.
59.
He's a player seriously in the infancy of the sport. He's 18 years of age. It's the first time he's played in anything like this environment. His first time playing under the lights.
100.
I think he's carrying himself very, very well. Listen, we had a good dig and delve around his numbers coming into it, and well, I think he's done himself proud.
Boris is really finding his range. Average creeps above the 97 mark. That was his 3rd maximum of the match. And that is beautifully sat for another to join. But all about the setup from here. Kudom not in finishing range. And he's going to leave himself on double 8 after 12.
$100. Boris, you require 16.
13 data puts Boris Koltsov on the brink. Leading 3-1. A clinical performance against Kendrick Cordom.
5th flag. It's Kendrick to throw first. Game on.
Who realistically has been
78.
Put into one here. He's ran into one here.
45.
I think at some point this week we expected this type of performance to come from Boris because of the quality he has, the levels he had. The big question mark was when it was going to happen because
43.
of his inactivity due to no fault of his own.
58.
Of course, busy week in the darting world because it's Pro Tour time tomorrow and Thursday.
Yep, and we will be
45.
bringing you all of the results as they happen, so no need if you're watching to go anywhere else. We'll keep you up to speed.
125. $93.
Koltsov looking to close in.
85.
As is closer, but not within finishing range.
42.
Frustration for Cordom. This game could be done.
100.
Ton leads Koltsov on a 2-darter. Average just under 95.
44. Boris, you
And on
require
the cusp
88.
of ensuring we have a 3-way tie at the top of the table. Went double-double to get over the line.
36. Kendrick, you require 156.
And he's going to come back for 2 more in hand. And Cordon with a bounce out at the most ill-opportune time.
80.
But the time is now for Boris Koltsov.
52.
He's going to get a couple in his hand, a double 16. To secure a 4-1 victory, which puts him joint top of the group. We now have 3 players on 12 points, tied at the top of the table. And Boris Koltsov with a performance to tell those other 2 that I am in very good stead. An average of 92.19. 4 from 7 on his doubles. He's beating Kendrick Cordon by 4 legs to 1. We're off for a short break. And when we return, we're going to watch Jamie Owens against Simon Tayson. It's the first match of the final round of fixtures, and you can watch it exclusively here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and he's now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! But his debut delights for Davidson.
And the Week 6 Modus Super Series champion!
It isn't!
And the Week 1 Modus Super Series champion!
Yeah, the ADC Global Championship will be taking place at the end of 2024. The dates, as you saw there, will culminate on Sunday, the 22nd of December. Meanwhile, here and now, this is how the table looks going into the final round of matches on this Tuesday afternoon. 3 players all on 12 points. Pilgrim, Koltsov and Owens tied at the top. Piano Bottenberg on 8, Kendrick Cordon on 6, and Simon Tayson with his solitary win to his name on 4 today. And here's Simon and Jamie that go toe-to-toe in the first game from the final round of fixtures. 2 players who you never know could be here at the Global Championship in December if they win their respective qualifiers, because there's going to be one in Belgium, there's going to be one Well, there's going to be 2 in the UK, 1 in the north, 1 in the south. Who knows? You may see these 2 slugging it out for the global title come the end of the year.
Yeah, exciting times for amateur darts, isn't it? It's, again, the evolution of the ADC, and it's great to see the 2 brands working side by side and ultimately giving players a massive opportunity.
Game on.
And what a time that would be to win something of that much significance. And you know, you've got plans to go to Q School, you win that, you know you'll have the finances there to basically hopefully get a tour card and have the money to go on tour for a couple of years, and who knows what can happen.
Well, as things stand, this is how the provisional field looks. Andy Bolton, Joe Croft, Thomas Banks, Gary Stone, Fallon Shet, Vicky Broom. They are all booked in. They've all secured their passages. Now, because Bolton and Banks are in the top 4 of the ADC rankings at this present moment in time, they would get their seeding through that, because that takes precedent over the championship tour. Now, that would mean that the players coming in would include the likes of Bradley Brooks
96.
and possibly Davil Pilgrim coming in as well. So we'll see how that develops as the year draws
95.
to a close. In matter of fact, yeah, Del Pilgrim and Bradley Brooks are 5 and 6 in those particular rankings, so they'll get the
140.
priority. They'll also be playing in the Championship Tour Finals, which takes place here on the 16th of November.
100. Jamie, you require 109.
Don't forget, there are all events that you can come and watch here at the Modus Live Lounge. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. All the information
89.
there, and
Simon, you require
how you
106.
secure your ticket, and all the upcoming dates.
40. Jamie, you
he's
require
looking at
20.
Double 10 to take out the opening leg of this particular contest. There it goes, first time of asking, no troubles there. Owen 1 up.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Someone asking, how do you qualify
135.
for this who are clearly so behind others? Well, that's why there's qualifiers.
Well,
it's the same as in the PDC. There's a card holder qualifier. So if you're not in the rankings or not ranked high enough to automatically qualify, you play in a qualifier.
Right, are you ready for the full
57.
breakdown and explanation, Mace?
Go.
So, the top 4 in the UK rankings will get the first 4 seeded spots. So at the moment, this is provisional.
100.
Bolton, Mould, Welding, Banks. Now, the confirmed players are Bolton and Banks alongside Croft and Stone because of their Winmau Tour ranking.
60.
Now, because Bolton and Banks are in the top 4, Pilgrim and Brooks would come in. The top 2 in the WADC Tour, Hedman and Sherrick, they're in. And then you have your respective
57.
table leaders that would come in, which at this present moment in time is John Desimo in Belgium, Andreas Nicolaou in Southern Europe,
95.
Jimmy Van Schie in the Netherlands, and Jeroen Caron in the Benelux region as the Open champion. He's confirmed. The Nordic rankings haven't begun yet, neither have the Eastern European ranking tables, and then there'll be
83.
qualifiers
Simon,
in
you
Europe,
require
the seniors,
154.
2 in the UK, 1 in Ireland, 1 in Oceania, 1 in the Netherlands, 1 in South Africa. That is how you get here
100.
in December.
Jamie, you require 161.
So, pays your money, takes your chance. Get involved, look up Darts Atlas and ADC.
65.
You'll find
Simon,
all
you
the
require
information there.
54.
14 for Tots for Tayson to square up.
34.
Does not go, and so
Jamie, you
Owen's now
require
looking for the break at a
96.
2-0 lead. Two 18s.
Games on
2-0.
a second
Owens is
leg.
in
Jamie
cruise
Owen.
control of this contest.
Yep, ticking along very comfortably.
Third leg,
Ending
it's
the
Jamie
day
to throw
fairly
first.
strongly.
Game
And the other
on.
thing about these qualifiers is it's not like in the past where you played in the BDO system for a number of years and you saw, and obviously you commentated on that system towards the end, where
36.
it was only open the qualifiers to players that did bits on the tour. Quite literally, me and you, if we wanted to, could just rock up to the qualifier, having not played a single event all year, as long as we paid our money and paid our membership fee, we could rock up and we could play here if we were good enough. That's how simple it is.
And the membership fee's £10, is it?
100.
Yeah, £10. So it's not like they're, holding you to ransom, saying, "Oh, you got to pay." I don't know what it is now
60.
on the PDC, but I know once you play your Q School money, you've got to pay another lump of money for your membership. But it's only £10 in the ADC, which going forward
60.
then gives you the opportunity to play in all ADC events,
including the very popular Vault program.
55.
Yes, they are. That's another side of the ADC which is gathering huge momentum.
Well, the Vault Finals is worth over £50,000 in prize money. The winner's taking home £8,000. That taking place in Middlesbrough
61.
at the end of October. Neil Duff, no surprise, the defending champion. Marianne Griffiths, the
140.
reigning women's champion. Somebody wouldn't it be out of place if he did another Women's Week?
180.
Does love a max, does Jamie Owens. We'll have a little tally up of all those numbers
Jamie
tomorrow
requires 64.
as we go into day 3 and the final day of Group A. Will this man be at the top of the table?
44. Simon, you require 101.
Tayson looking to tee up a topper here. He's already had the 104 today. Is he going to add the 101 to the collection? Yes, is the
James on
answer.
the third
As he
leg,
breaks
Simon
back
Tayson.
and keeps this game alive at 2-1.
7th
Fourth
Tom plus
leg,
out
it's
the day
Simon
so
to throw
far.
First. Game on. 140.
And in case you're wondering how the format works, it'll be the same as the Super Series format in terms of the Monday to Saturday. However,
96.
there'll be 4 qualifiers on a Saturday night. We'll still play the regulation Saturday, but the 4 semi-finalists make it through on the 2 Saturdays.
100.
And then we'll have a finals day on the Sunday, the December the 22nd.
It'll be the men's and ladies quarterfinals onwards.
So it'll be obviously the one competition. So it'll be quarterfinals,
140.
followed by the semis, followed by the final. And the final will be played over a long course distance.
60.
The champion will pick up £25,000.
Serious money.
95.
That's on top of the 25 grand that's going to be picked up at the Champions Week a couple of weeks before.
100. Jamie, you require 170.
Can Jamie go fishing? Bullseye.
145.
Line was fabulous.
Simon, you require
Just slightly
101.
underpitched.
Well, he took this out in the previous leg. But he's not going to repeat defeat.
49. Jamie, you require 25.
So this for the break and to really take charge of this
Takes
match.
on a fourth
Owens
leg,
is
Jamie
3-1
Owens.
to the good and he now throws for the match.
Fifth leg,
Averaging
it's Jamie to throw first.
just a shade north of 90. Has to be said, looks very comfortable in doing so.
39.
Bounce out with dart 2 was venomous. You can actually see the mark tattooed to the top of the 20 bed.
100.
Here's how the week actually breaks up. So week 1, you'll see number 1 in the
100.
UK order of merit, followed by the Southern European leader, the Belgian ranking number 1, the UK number 4, Eastern European
60.
qualifier, and the WADC tour winner. That's Dieter Hedman. Tour players number 2 and 3 will be in Group B alongside the Dutch qualifier, the Seniors qualifier, the UK South and Ireland qualifier being Group
140.
C. Whilst in week 2, it's the UK number 2, the Benelux Open champion Jeroen Calon, the Dutch
140.
Order of Merit winner, UK ranking number 3, the Nordic Order of Merit winner, and the WADC Tour runner-up Fallon Sherrick, followed by Windmill Tour number 1, Windmill Tour number 4, and Europe qualifier in Group B, with the UK qualifier for the North, the Oceanic qualifier, and the South African qualifier in Group C.
45. Jamie, you require 124.
Well, that clears that up. Owens looking to clear this game up. Triple 18. We'll give him a dart at the bullseye, but Tayson's on a finish and has decided not to chase that route.
84. Simon, you require
Is he going to be
156.
punished? No. Is the emphatic answer.
60. Jamie, you require 40.
For the match. And for 14 points. Fighting guide. He's got another one. And this time he utilises it. And Jamie Owens gets the better of Simon Tayson by 4 legs to 1. Moves him on to 14 points in the group as he completes his day's worth of matches. Nice embrace between the pair. Owens 4, Tayson 1. Bottenberg Cordom is up next.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That's the view from the back of the auditorium. And before the break, we saw Jamie Owens get the better of Simon Tayson by 4 legs to 1. And so, Jarno Bottenberg and Kendrick Cordon round off their days here. And now for Jarno, he got out the gate superbly, averaged 92 and getting the better of Jamie Owens for 3. And then loss of a 93, and it's kind of decelerated from there, up against Kendrick Cordom, who has picked up a couple of wins on this second day's worth of proceedings. So who's going to finish their day on a high? If Cordom wins this fixture, he'll move on to 8 points, 4 behind Koltsov, but importantly could finish above Bottenberger. Remember,
26.
every single position means a prize here at the Live Lounge because you are paid on your place here
41.
at the Super Series. As we come towards the final couple of weeks of our summer Super Series. And it's fair to say, Chris Mason, that summer loving had me a blast here at the Live Lounge.
Very good.
In case you don't know what I'm on about, in the advert break, I saw Chris Mason on his laptop looking up Rydell High School outfits. Your cover's blown.
Yeah. Who come up with a stupid idea of having a themed party? Oh well. So far I've got the black T-shirt and the vintage All Stars Converse.
100.
Just after the jumper, well, the cardigan.
Yeah, but have you got the car right at the end of the film where you then fly off into orbit?
I've got a car that flies, but I'm not sure to take off.
100.
Allegedly.
You require 108.
108 for Bottenberg to take out leg one. 48 for Tops.
58.
Only himself on 50.
136.
Quidom hasn't had a ton topper yet today, but that could change here. 88. It will change. And look what it means to Kendrick Cordom. The 136 goes. An outpouring of emotion. He is fancying the task.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot more emotion from him today. Good to see. Good to see a bit of passion.
More energy, more passion for Cordom on this second day.
60.
He's certainly come out of his shell, hasn't he?
$58. 41. 140. 58.
Well, Pottenberg has taken the darts in this second leg. This is our penultimate match of the day.
92.
Quick wrap today, hasn't it, Mace?
Yeah, the games have been fast and furious.
45. Yana, you require
Is that another theme night?
70.
6 from the fish for Bottenberg.
I think from everybody at times, a bit like yesterday, but at a higher level, we've seen flashes of absolute brilliance.
100. Yana, you require 112.
Tops for the 112.
Kendrick, you
Doesn't
require
go for Bottenberg, and so Cordom looking at the 140.
60. Yana, you require 40.
To get the break back. He was hit by the 136 sucker punch in leg one, and if he misses this dart at double 10, he could find himself 2 behind despite dominating the scoring passages
20.
of this match.
Kendrick, you require 80.
Has to be careful here. Oh, just about. Tops.
Oh, is that point
40.
touching? No.
Yana, you require
So only
20.
40.
May have got away with that.
Game
But
Shana's second leg.
Bottenberg gets
Yana
the double
Bottenberg.
5. He levels up at 1-1, but he cuts a frustrating and forlorn figure, and he's trying to
Third
G
leg,
himself
it's Yana
up.
to throw first. Game on. 108.
Well, that's one way of getting yourself going.
Oh, the G-ing up worked.
100. 93.
And I think there'll be a frustration for Yano because the day started so well, and particularly after game 2, even though he lost that match to Boris Koltsov, there was enough in terms of performance that we thought maybe he could amount to something today, but it just hasn't happened for him.
58.
The best he can do is try and bookend the day with wins.
$140.
Cordom is not making that an easy task. Bomberg able to take out the 170. Ton 80 and ton 40 for Cordom has left himself an 81 after 9. And he's going to get a dart at the ball for 12 darter, and he finds the ball for 12 darter. He is showing flashes of brilliance in this game, is Kendrick Cordom. He's broken Bottenberg again.
Yeah, absolute class finish, class leg from the young man.
100.
He's actually creating his, or making his own story, isn't he?
140.
Well, there's times you sit in this commentary box and you have to eat a little bit of humble pie. We delved into Kendrick's stats quite intrinsically,
70.
and some of the numbers we were a little bit worried about, but we see it so many times when the players put on this stage, this environment where everything is perfect in terms of a setup, we see them bring their best level, and we are seeing his best level here. He's putting his front foot forward.
Averaging over 86.
75. Kendrick, you require 151. $37. Yano, you
Not
require
really put too much of a hole in the 151. What could Bottenberg make of the 146? Stayed there for double 13.
82. Kendrick, you require 114.
May well be a happy accident slipping into the single 2 with dart 3. But Cordom's looking for another ton topper.
94. Yano, you
The
require
tops comes
64.
and goes. And Bottenberg gets the tops that Cordom has just missed. An ebbing and flowing contest. 4 breaks in the first 4 legs. 2-2.
Flag. It's Yano to throw first. Game on. $41.
Well, that's the tail of the tape. In terms of a finishing point of view, Bottenberg with more chances outscoring Kendrick in the match, but when the chances have presented themselves 80. For the South African, he has taken, including a clutch finish on the bullseye and a 1-3-6 to win the first leg.
40. $100.
Finally poised, Mace.
Certainly is.
55.
Well, the experience of Bottenberg pays dividends in a situation 60. Like this.
Last game of the session, Boris Koltsov against Daryl Pilgrim. The winner of that match will top the table overnight on 14 points. The loser will be a couple behind going into the final session of Group A.
$5.
Great darts. A visit of 9 followed by a visit of 5. Modus memories, everybody. Modus memories.
60.
Hopefully we show that in the next 10,000 game.
$73. 78. Yano, you require 142.
6 darts and 142 for Bottenberg to put himself in front.
77.
Particularly convincing from that position.
Yano hasn't led at any
Yano
point in this encounter.
65.
He got hit by the 136. He got hit with the bullseye finish just when he thought he was going to move in front. But this time, Bottenberg has the front. And it may well be right at the finishing line in this contest. He still shakes his head.
Sixth leg, it's Kendrick to throw
It
first.
hasn't been his peak
on.
performance in this match. But he'll feel as if a win is a win is a win if he could get over the line
95.
here.
$120. $97. $43. $99. $94.
Much needed trouble with the final dart, but Kendrick has a 34-point lead plus these. Oh
60.
dear. He's left himself a little vulnerable.
100. Kendrick, you require 150.
Has to hit big and then hope that Bodenberg hasn't got
60.
something big in the
Yana, you
locker for the
require
match.
144.
Needed a second but unable to find, and so Cordom has already notched the ball in this match. He may have to do so again.
74.
Yeah, has to
Kendrick, you
keep
require
straight.
90.
That's... Oh, he's gone brave.
Well, it worked with the treble, but the double was so far wide that he heads back into the land
64.
of hope.
Yana, you require 70.
Bodenberg began his day of a win. And he's going to end his day of a win as he gets the better of Kendrick Cordon by 4 legs to 2. At the beginning of proceedings, it looked promising for Jarno Bodenberg. He put in a couple of good performances to start, just tailed off towards the latter end of the day. He moves on to 10 points in the group. At the tail of the tape from that contest, Kendrick Cordom had his moments, but Bodenberg has bagged the points. Our final match of the day sees Boris Koltsov up against Daryl Pilgrim.
Fabulous start from the young man. World Youth Champion. What a response that is from his father. Back to back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back to back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win. B would be a containment of 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
We're enjoying a trip down memory lane here at the Modus Super Series on this Tuesday afternoon. If you want to go back through the archives, anything that you want to watch, then subscribe to the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, head through the archives, and who knows, you may find some bonus bits that you never thought you were going to enjoy before. Our final game of the day sees Boris Koltsov and Daryl Pilgrim go toe-to-toe as far as these two are concerned. They're both on 12 points in the group. The winner of this match will overhaul Jamie Owens overnight and into P1 going into the final day's play. Well, Daryl Pilgrim lost to Jamie Owens in his previous match. It was a decent contest, but it was the man from Stockton on Tees who picked up the points. Pilgrim looking to head back to the perch, which many people, including the odds compilers, thought was almost a certainty before a dart was thrown in this group. It was 3-10 with the odds compilers. If he loses this one, he's going to begin the day tomorrow in third place.
119.
These two met yesterday. It was a tidy game. Daryl being edged out full 3 with a 89-39. 50% on the doubles. Boris
95.
87-47, edging it full 3. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Both players hitting a single max.
58.
What's been your favourite Modus memory on this day of memories?
140.
What's the bit you've enjoyed about the most going back down memory lane?
I think the first 9-darter in Southampton was a bit
59.
special because it was
Boris, you require
father and son.
147. 107.
I think here it's a combination of a couple, really. I think seeing the record average getting smashed by this man, and especially on the back of
180.
his average
Boris, you
across
require
2
40.
matches, consecutive
Kicks
matches
on
that
the
he
first
played, was
leg, Boris
120,
Koltsov.
which is quite remarkable when you think he's lost one and
Second
won one.
leg, it's Daryl to throw first.
118 and
Game on.
122. But all in all, if I had to narrow it down, it would be the
60.
Luke Littler story because of what he's gone on to achieve. And I can remember going to the World Championships and
57.
everyone at Talk Sport, when we were previewing the World Championships, I said he will at least, at the very least, get to the quarterfinals. I said, and then it depends on how he handles one of either
122.
Gary Anderson or Gerwin Price. Well, of course, by the time the quarterfinal come round, they were gone.
108.
And had that double 2 gone in the final, I think he goes on to win it.
Agreed. And I can actually attest this because we were working together not long before that World Championship, and I asked Mace the question, realistically, how far can Luke Littler go? And he said quarter-final minimum.
Yeah, I always felt, and even then, it just depended on how he handled that situation, the inexperience he would have had in playing that length of match. But as each round went by, I was more and more convinced.
Well, we're speaking about Modus memories. We may get a Modus memory of our own here because Boris Koltsov's averaging 119.74. Bullseye. Let's not go, and if that went, then we could have been having a memorable moment on this memorable day.
Yeah, we could have been in record territory, of course.
Double 16.
30.
Does not go.
Boris, you require 25.
Two-nil
Kicks on the
Koltsov,
second leg,
14
Boris
darter,
Koltsov.
107.36, 28 darts of the first 2 legs.
Third leg,
He's
it's
in
Boris to
cruise
throw first.
control of this contest.
Game on.
flexing his muscles both literally and metaphorically.
95.
Well, this time tomorrow we'll know the first
100.
player through to finals night. There's a bear on the back of that shirt.
180.
And this bear don't care for reputations.
It really is producing the goods right now, and there's very
93.
little that Darryl can do about it.
180.
Well, he's hit his 4th max of the match. He's averaging 118. If he takes this out in 11, Darryl Pilgrim, the man who holds the record average, could see that smashed against him.
56. Boris, you require 46.
What an incredible performance. Double
It's
16
on a
for an
third
11
leg,
darter.
Boris Koltsov.
And Boris Koltsov is averaging 115.62.
I think he's going to
4th
need
leg. It's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
I'm trying to work it out. I think he's going to need a 10. That was an 11.
57. $98.
I think we can now taper that kind of excitement.
Still potentially a personal best for Boris.
134.
First and foremost for him, of course, he will want to get the win.
60. $140.
His highest ever recorded average is 109.1.
And he's currently above that, 110, well,
140.
112.56.
170.
Was hit in a challenge tour match back in 2019 against Diogo Portela, which, if we're talking about Modus memories, was one of the players in the opening night. Obviously
98.
lost that first game to Martin Adams.
Yes, 4-1.
99.
Well,
Darryl, you
Koltsov's
require
walk-on song is
72.
Miracle of Sound, Valhalla Calling. And if Pilgrim doesn't take this out, he may feel like he's in a Valhalla. Cannot take out the
52.
tops.
Boris,
It's
you
his
require
second
104.
dart at a double in this match, and it may well be the last one he gets. Because Koltsov has ran red hot. But cannot
92.
pin double 12. It would have
Darryl,
been
you
for
require
an average in
20.
excess of 110.
Game shot on the 4th
Well,
leg.
in terms
Darryl
of setting a
Pilgrim.
personal best average, Boris won't mind that. It gives him an
5th leg.
opportunity
It's Boris to throw first. Game on.
to set a new PB.
140.
Well, scoring power pack reads 4 180s, 3 140 pluses, and 3 ton pluses in terms of the scoring department.
180.
Pilgrim kicks off leg 5 with his second max of the match. And actually, if this goes the distance, we could be talking about record 180 territory.
30.
Because there is 6 180s in. The record is 9, as we mentioned earlier. Gilliland against Littler. And we know all too
57.
well that Pilgrim can rally off 2 free legs very quickly.
60. $125.
If that went, the 180 record could have been in severe trouble. Question is, you could say
85.
Boris is
Darryl,
in
you
trouble
require
now because, yes, he's at a real high peak, but
Well, he's got 6 starts here, Darryl, to break throw, and then he will throw to level things up.
And we see it so often in these types of matches where a player races away very
41.
quickly that if the game plateaus in the middle, it's usually the other guy that will fancy their chances from that point onwards because they're feeling better about their chances and the other
60.
guy knows that they're regressing.
98.
Double 18
80.
clips it
Boris,
inside.
you require 126.
It's not going to be a personal best. But for Boris, he won't care if he could pick the points up, but he's not going to get a match start at the bull.
41. Darryl, you require 18.
Pilgrim must be sensing opportunity. If he could pick this leg off. But he cannot find the double
Boris, you
four.
require 85.
And it could be curtains if Koltsov could take out the 85. Double 14.
57.
Now missed 3 match
Darryl, you
starts.
require 4.
Oh dear.
However, Pilgrim has been unable to finish this leg off. The Madhouse
Game shot on the 5th leg.
found.
Darryl Pilgrim.
And Pilgrim pulls it back to 3-2.
6th leg is
This
Darryl
looked to be
first.
one-way traffic.
on.
We were suggesting a personal best average at one stage for Boris Koltsov. Now we're looking at potential of a
121.
incredible comeback.
$100. $99.
And at this moment, you feel that Pilgrim's on the precipice of a Koltsov comeback.
41. $123.
Because Koltsov is slowly slipping away like a snail in grease.
81. Darryl, you require 158.
Pilgrim had to evade a match start for 4-0. He's got 6 starts here
58.
from 158 to take us all the way to a deciding leg.
139. Darryl, you require 100.
Trouble 15. Trouble 19 was the intended target to leave double 14.
40. Boris, you require 140.
To eventually close it out. On 18s. Couldn't find the 18s. And Pilgrim with his phantom
98.
dart in
Darryl,
the
you require
background.
60.
The first architect of that really in this building. He's hoping to architect a comeback. But he has to find tops of this dart.
40.
Doesn't do so, and
Boris,
so
you
the hard
require
work to get himself
42.
back in this contest could be undone. Because Koltsov's going to get a couple more match darts. So double 18 only
shot,
needs the
and
one.
the match.
And
Boris
Koltsov
Koltsov.
eventually crosses the line 4-2. It's a superb start where he missed a match start to win 4-0. The average would have been in excess of 110 if it went. But then Pilgrim came charging back. Disappointed he couldn't complete the job. Koltsov wins 4-2. Just like he did on Monday, he gets the better of Darryl Pilgrim. That's the end of the second day's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Koltsov tops the group alongside Jeremy Owens on 14 points. Pilgrim's just back on 12. Myself and Chris Mason will analyse all the action on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the day's play on day 2 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Chris Mason alongside. There's only one place ready to start, and that's with that last game. Boris Koltsov missing that match start for 110 plus average and just about getting over the line against Darryl Pilgrim to top the table overnight.
Yeah, he was outstanding, and we've seen spells like that from himself and Darryl and Jamie, of course, and Jarno today in certain spells, and he's looked the most likely alongside those top 3. I didn't think anybody was going to move from the bottom 3 into qualifying positions, but I certainly thought the top 3 would juggle about a bit, and they did all day.
Well, let's round up the results from today's action. This is exactly what we've seen. Boris Koltsov winning that game against Darryl Pilgrim means that he and Jamie Owens are going to be tied for the top going into the final day's play. Both of them on 14 points. Darryl Pilgrim is on 12. Let's assess then the day altogether. And let's talk about Darryl Pilgrim, because he'll feel like that last game was a real opportunity missed.
Yeah, I think it was something you picked up on this morning that I'd really sort of dismissed, and that was the fatigue element. The fact that he has been away, he has been on the Challenge Tour for 3 days, and then the commute all the way back down to here, and then, of course, starting so early in the morning, 9:30 start, meaning most of them in here by 7:30, 8 o'clock at the latest, and it just looks like in spells today, like it's taken its toll a little bit, and I think it's imperative that he finds a way through. For us to see the best of him on Saturday, I think it's imperative he finds his way through tomorrow so he gets that Thursday and Friday off.
Jamie Owens is second in the table. He's also on 14 points at the top of it. But it felt like at times a little bit of frustration was creeping in.
Yeah, I think that'll probably come with the expectation of yesterday being the overnight leader, the pressure, and then family and friends all contacting you. It's great to have that support, but it does bring a little bit of pressure. But the fact that he's had wins over the key players in the group, whether it be yesterday or today, I think it puts him in a good position tomorrow. And I think for him, I think it's important he just allows himself to play with a bit more freedom. Of course, he, very much like Gezi, comes from a very competitive team sport where it's a different mindset. There's a little bit more aggression there, and that'll be something that he will learn over time, of course.
It feels like a table of 2 halves, but in that bottom half, it felt like Kendrick Cordom had the best day today. Maybe not in terms of numbers, but in terms of picking up wins. He had some good moments as well, and we're looking at a player that's really growing in confidence.
Yeah, and he's going to be growing all the time. He's an 18-year-old kid. We can't constantly make these comparisons to Luke Littler. He's a phenom, and this is sort of the normal way you'd expect to see an 18-year-old. But let's not forget, he comes from a country that is very new to the sport, and opportunities and facilities are slightly different. It's the first time he's sort of been away from home and flown and come this far away. So yeah, I think he's doing very well. I enjoy watching young players sort of start to find their feet, and I think today in spells you've seen a little bit more passion from him. There was a couple more fist clinch than we've seen yesterday, and yeah, he's pleasing on the eye. And listen, the fundamentals are there, and now it's just development and evolution.
You speak about the pressure of a young player, particularly now, because of what happened with Luke Littler. Does that come as a help and a curse at the same time?
I think you're spot on. I think it's both, isn't it? What he's done for the sport, and the new eyes that he's put on our sport. When I go to any kind of darting event, it's a much different audience. Walking around the supermarket, if I've just sort of come back from a tournament and that's been on TV, the question you always get asked is, how good's this Luke Littler? Whether it be in the pub, it's always the same thing. So he's been an absolute blessing, but for the young players, it's added a lot of pressure to them, because they think, oh well, are you as good as Luke Littler? And very few are.
What advice would you give to a young player, and also maybe a parent of a young player that's got a promising prospect, to maybe just keep those comparisons at bay a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't compare yourself to those kind of people, because they're one-offs. There was a question in the chat today, a young player saying, I'm starting to play youth county. How do I qualify for this? I understand that we're all impatient, but I think sometimes you're better if you just take a step back so you can take 2 forward.
Well, let's have a look at the table and get back to the here and now as far as day 2 is concerned, because Boris Kotsov and Jamie Owens both on 14 points going into the final day's proceedings. Darryl Pilgrim a couple of points back. Jarno Bottenberg will be hoping to get into Group B. That'll be his target on Wednesday. Kendrick Cordom and Simon Tayson look as if they're going to be playing Group C on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Are we looking at a 3-horse race going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're the 3 most consistent players, but there has been inconsistencies, was what's made this group so fascinating. I think all Darryl's got to think is beat Jamie, beat Boris. Everything else takes care of itself, I think, and as long as he doesn't have any slip-ups, but it's in his hands, as it is for the players above him. You know, whether Boris beats Jamie and Darryl, then it's job done.
Historic day today, 10,000 matches. It's been good fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It is good fun looking back. We see so much darts, it all blends into one. So seeing the bits of footage being played out, it's brought back some great memories, and hopefully we can bring you a few more. 10,000
games time, 2 years time. Shall we do it again?
20,000 games it will be then, of course. Yeah, no doubt I'll still be here.
Just another game of darts, isn't it, Mace? Thank you for your company, as ever. Thank you for your company at home. Well, as far as today is concerned, it's Jamie Owens and Boris Koltsov that lead the table going into the final day. But it's been a historic day here at the Super Series as we cross the 10,000 game mark. And, well, what more drama, what more famous moments are we going to see in the next 10,000? We'll have to watch to find out. Balanchevik wants treble 19 and now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-star finish.
Gonna get better than that too. A double 14.
The Super Series champion, the leading light for the Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old.
Shot and the Modus Super Series Week 9 champion, Bo Greaves!
It's history for Bo Greaves. Double 12. Yes!
Shot.
Get in there, Lee Cox. What a way to win a game.
Goodness gracious me!
Tony Nishman!
Back-to-back 9 darters!
Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with a
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average here at the Modus Super Series of 122.69.
He's going to go ball. Oh my
Game
goodness.
shot and the match, Jericho.
Retaining his title, the Luke